see. Everything should be good to go. G to G. Oh, my ding ding dong. Fucking kick. Okay, everything's in there. Everything's good. Good, good. Good, good. Here we go. Here we go. We got everything done this morning. Housekeeping. Forgot to charge my fucking headset, but I have a cable that I can run and connect to my ear right here if I need to. So, all good. All good. I left this running yesterday, so all the steel, I filled the coal like 12 times or something. I just kept coming back in here and filling it up. So that should be, we should have plenty of steel. Rips should be full. We shouldn't have to wait on production today. Where's the ma'am? Ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. What do we need? Cable and wire. Oh, we got that. I think we got that over here. So, yeah. So today, we're going to be doing some things. We're going to be doing some things. We need the ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Come over here. Alien Tech. We need some pipes. I did make some fluctuators and some reanimated SAM so that we could try and at least get the dimensional depot unlocked. I know that I don't have enough Mercer spheres. Jesus. But we're gonna make big progress today. Big progress. Also, we're gonna unlock Infinite Zoo. I mean, we're gonna unlock some more Infinite Zoo. Mod frames, that was the other thing I worked on last night. We've got a container full of mod frames now. That should really help progress things. There's dimensional. Hey! We can make some more fluctuators. Okay, this is depot expansion, which is the number of items you can have in the depot. This is the upload speed. I'm going to do this. And then this is your manual, which we don't have computers yet. Also, I was able to get the blueprints working. So I have some of my blueprints loaded. Some of Yakez is the guy that made these blueprints. Yakez, if you want to look him up. Oh yeah, that's good. By the way, let's get the I always forget to get my TV going. It's a quality thing, you know. I like being able to look back and just go, oh yeah, no, it's good. Or see like where the stream is in relation to where I'm at. There we go. Muted. There we go. Yeah, it's all good. Okay. Fluctuators. We can make a couple more fluctuators. Wire, reanimated SAM, and pipes. We got a few pipes. Do we have any more SAM? We don't have any more SAM. We got sloops. I wanted to unlock the manual upload. Whee! This right here. But we need pewters to do that. Pewters. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do this unlock. Why not? We don't have the manual. What the manual does is it allows you to have a spot in your inventory where you can drop stuff in there and upload it if you don't need it in your inventory. It's kind of helpful. Oh, mother... I forgot. There's one more thing that we need to focus on. So we can get the slab built, too. Infinite zoop. So we need beams. Beams! Let's go get some steel beams. Also, we're gonna keep working on our little manufacturing right here, but we've got to upgrade some belts. Oh, god dang, that dude scared me. I cannot wait to move and not be sitting here on the first floor. People staring in my window like a bunch of creeps. Alright, let's run over here, unlock the zoop. This will give us 30. And I think you can go 30 by 30 is the zoop size that you can do with this unlock. I like this mod. I like the way that they did it. Instead of just giving it to you, you've actually got to like put some work into it. Okay, so that one's going to be... That's going to be a hold. Let's go get some concreta. I did use some of this last night, so these might be empty. I can't remember if I let them build back up or not. Nah, it's okay. Okay. All right. So this is what that zoop did. I want to get serious about laying my machines out. Oh my god, I'm about to throw this iPad out in the street. Literally about to throw it out in the street. I was gonna buy the... There's a Corsair something. It's like a little screen that goes under your monitor to replace my iPad. I don't really want to buy a Stream Deck. Because I'd have to buy like 2 of them. God. Fucking Apple. Hate Apple. I'm over it, dude. I'm over it. There. It's like every time my iPad goes to sleep, which is my Stream Deck, every time this motherfucker goes to sleep, it's like, hey, you need to activate your iPad. No, I'm not activating my iPad. I'm not paying for cellular. Okay, so Zoop, this mod makes it to where instead of doing like a 10 by 10, I mean, obviously you can see that I'm doing a hell of a lot more than a 10 by 10. It's a 30 by 30, I believe. So like, watch. If I go 30... Yeah, see, I can go 30 that way. No problem. Really helpful. Really helpful when you're laying out a giant pad like I am. A MEGAFACTOry. Mega! Okay, cool. That's good enough for now. It's good enough, good enough, good enough. So what are we gonna do next? Besides run all the way across this pad. So we kind of very abruptly made all of this stuff over here with tier 1 belts. We need to grab some, I'm going to say get some beams and just go to tier 3 underneath the logistics floor. Excuse me, just upgrade those and finish running the belts and stuff to these smelters. So let's grab beams. I'm empty. I think this is empty. Pretty sure. Yeah, she's empty. Yeah. So Q, logistics, and 4. There we go. So now vanilla. We're at a tier 3. We got 6 belts here. They're being fed up at 120. So, we're good on that, but what we want to do is upgrade these. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to go higher than 120 on these right now. But these will be Mark III when we are ready. No problem. And then these are all upgraded. Yeah. So we'll go tier 3 to the, what do you call it? Mark 3 to over here. And we're gonna clean all this up. So basically every 4 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4 is 1 belt, 1, 2, 3, 4 is 2 belts, 1, 2, 3, 4 is 3 belts, 1, 2, 3, 4 is 4 belts, 1, 2, 3, 4 is 5 belts. And then this whole section over here, this is intended to be a copper feed or a coal feed, and we're gonna have steel down on this end. But I just kind of quickly connected this, so I didn't really have to worry about it. Get some protein in us. Get some heavy lifting to do today. Let me go over here on kick and ban this guy. Ban. Goodbye. Freaking bots, man. Freaking bots. And so, what we... Oh, shit. Are these upgraded all the way? No, they're not. They're about to be, though. Which will give us 120. I'm going to connect these underneath. So all of the feed is straight. And I guess we gotta upgrade these too, huh? No. The belts in the... Oh, I see. There you go. All right, so those underneath are good. This one underneath is not. Okay, now it's good. And then we just need to worry about uppers, but we can deal with all of that. It ain't no thing. Somebody just texted me. Wifey texted me. Okay, sorry. So sorry. Wifey's working. Wifey's working so I can afford cool shit. What is... Oh man, are we full? How are we full? Oh, because we recovered all of this stuff. Freaking hell. Okay, hold on. Let's go empty some shit out. We really don't need to empty shit out, but let's make a little room. I didn't realize I was carrying around Mercer spheres and shit. Also, I did some hard drive hunting last night. I was only able to get like 15 or so. I can't remember. Yeah, like 15 hard drives. So let's start doing some hard drive research. Put that away. Put this away. Yeah, okay. My baby. My poor wife. She works her ass off and she gets treated like absolute shit at her work. I told her, fuck it. Don't worry about it. I pay the bills anyway, so she doesn't really need to worry about it. What seems to be the problem, officer? Oh, my Lanta. So what do we need rods? Mother. It's always something. She said, sounds good. Anyways, I told her, so basically we're moving to a small town. Her, God bless it. Can I hit this thing? We're moving to a small town. Her dad's older. Needs some help. Just needs to be taken care of, really. Somebody needs to check in on him every couple days, you know, kind of take him groceries and stuff. So we're moving closer so we can do that. And, excuse me. She's a supervisor at Walmart. And, freaking hell, I think we're full on rips too. Let's go look at the rips bin. I think we're full. We are. And so anyways, she was like, well, what am I going to do? Like, I don't want to just quit my job. And I was like, yeah, transfer, you know. You don't have to quit, transfer. So she starts looking, and lo and behold, they've got a position available. So she's been watching the position, and the position dropped. Let's do this. Let's just do like 1,000. We don't need to carry all of those. The position never dropped. So she called over there and was like, hey, I need to talk to the store manager, blah, blah, blah. And they were like, yeah, talk to the department manager. So she got a hold of the department manager. The department manager's like, that position's already been filled. She's like, what the hell? How? It never got posted. And I guess that's a Walmart policy, is like the position has to get posted for at least 24 hours or something. So she's like, I don't understand how the position's filled when the position never got posted. But I was like, well, do you really want to work for a manager that doesn't want to work with you? So yeah. Hold on. Okay, that one got banned. That one's clear. Twitch is good. I thought somebody was spamming me on Twitch. It's not. It's my bot. All right, here we go. Enough story time. So we want to drag these down. Mother son of a beach. What seems to be the problem? Again, officer. It's too long? That's what she said. Alright, so let's drag this down. We gotta kind of be creative here a little bit because of the way that that this like drops to some extent. So what I mean by that is like this. I'll show you. We have to merge this. Wait, no, we have to split this. So it's going to come in from this angle, and then it's going to split, right? And then we're going to just is that going to work? No, that's not going to work. I'm trying to get it up to height, I guess. there any scenario where that's going to work? No. I guess this will have to work, huh? And then this comes in from there. But then I screwed up. Motherfucker. I should have offset these is what I should have done. Okay, alright, that's fine. I was probably okay with that arrangement as well. There we go. Alright, so that's splitting off of there now. And now we can do these other two. This is going to feed from here. This is going to feed from here. There. Ish. Something like that. These should all be good. So if I go up top at this point, we've got Mark II lifts going up to there. This is all Mark III, and then everything directly under the machines is Mark III. And we got 2 more to connect. It's going to be all fucked up down there, but it's, you know, this is all logistics anyway. This whole floor is going to get covered, and so is that what I'm working on beneath. Is going to get covered. All right, so we need Mark III on all of these. There we go. All right, so what did we just accomplish? What we just accomplished is these machines are getting fed. Atlanta. Turn those down a little bit. All right, so what did we just accomplish? Each one of these is getting 120 now, or each one of these is getting 30. Should be getting 30 now to each machine instead of what it was getting. So this one's not getting fed properly. Something's. That's really kind of weird because it should be. If these are getting fed, that's really weird for that not to get fed. Right? Oh. I think that's not going to work. I think that's my problem. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's... Where's that belt? There we go. All right. So that should be feeding. Let's see how that goes. I should have just built a ladder right there where I was standing up through that hole so I could troubleshoot this. Later on, I'll probably come back. God dang it. I cannot line this parachute up. Later on, I'll probably come back and make this look pretty. Like, make the belts look pretty and stuff downstairs. Like, um, I can fix all that. The main thing is that the layout up here is good right now. The feet underneath needs to be up to speed, but as long as it's up to speed, we're good. Now, the way... Okay, now we're getting... We should be getting 30 a minute here. That's what I was trying to do. We have Mark II miners downstairs. Hold on, let me... There, turn that down. That's like all up in my ears. So we have Mark II miners downstairs, feeding 120 up the belts, up the lift, because we have tier 2 and then we have tier 3 from the top of from the platform to here. So these should be getting 30-30, which means we should be making 120 ingots on this line that are going into these, which are making plates. These require 30. Now, one thing we didn't do is we have to upgrade these. We don't have to go tier 3, but... Why not? It doesn't really matter too much. Like, essentially, if you have too much, if the belts are too high, it's not a problem. If they're too low, it is a problem. So it'll clear these belts. They'll go in here. They'll be maxed out. This is going to get backed up, which is fine. If you wanted to, you could do tier 2, which is going to give you 120 into here, which is going to be, you know, if you split 120 4 ways, which is 4 constructors, you get 30 each, and that's where your math comes in. But what that means is if you have tier 2 belts, you can't overclock these if you need to. So I went ahead and did Mark III there. We're going to do Mark III here, which I think these are full, but what we don't want, what we're trying to avoid is any kind of bottleneck over here, because it snowballs. Has a snowball effect. What I mean by that, let's upgrade this stuff. What I mean by that is, like, let's say that you're not, if those smelters aren't making enough, then these machines aren't making enough, which means those machines aren't making enough. So basic troubleshooting, always go back to the beginning of your assembly line and troubleshoot that direction. That's all maxed out. Okay. And then this is going to screws, which hopefully we'll have some alternate recipes on that soon. And I already upgraded that, right? Yeah, that's already upgraded. So all of that stuff is good. All the belts on the other side are good. Okay, now this is the evacuation side. So we need to evacuate produced product in a timely manner. Okay. It's just my thought. I mean, this is my process, is like, you can do the math and you can figure out, like, well, I don't need a Mark III belt here. I can do a Mark II belt, right? I don't need a, wait, did that not, that doesn't even look connected. Let's do that one more time. Okay, it's connected for sure now. Hold on. I'll tell you. I'll finish my statement in just a second. We already did Mark III there. Mark III there. I can't wait to get my hover pack. You don't really need Mark III through these either, but we're going to do it anyway. Merger. Okay. So my thought, here's my thought process. This is my school of thought. Is that, let's go all the way back over here and I'll show you. Okay, so these smelters require, every 2 smelters require 60 ingots, right? That's a Mark 1 miner on a normal node. Okay? So what I could have done is I could do a Mark 1 belt to here and do every 2. And just have 1 miner feeding 2, right? Well, when I upgrade to a tier miner, I've got 120 coming off their base for a normal. So why would I, now I need to split that. I have a whole other thing to do on the other side. I have to go back through and redo everything. Whereas if I say, okay, 120 is good here, right? 120 is good here. If I overclock this to, let's say 200%, I'm gonna need 60 ore a minute. I already have a Mark III belt on there. Tier 4 belts will just be even better. But if I have these upgraded, I don't have to do it later, basically, is what I'm saying. So if you go through and you're like, well, that's only 30, so a Mark, like essentially like this is a 30, right? And if I went to 200%, which would be all the way over here, I think it's maybe 250. But let's just say I did 60. I had 60 on here. I did a Mark 1 lift. Later on, I'm going to have to upgrade it. Like, why even fuck with it? Because here's my school of thought. This is what it all boils down to. I can do 60 with a Mark 6 belt, but I can't do 1200 with a Mark 1 belt. That's what it boils down to. So I have to make more machines. Whereas I could just overclock this. You have infinite. Eventually, you'll have infinite power. You'll have enough power to overclock everything if you want to. And you can just go harvest those worms, as many as you want. You get to a certain point where power shards are infinite. All right, so we have all of this upgraded to Mark III. All of our basic productions, plates, rods, screws is all up to Mark III production. And then we have these 4 right here, which are ready to go. They're rip-raring and ready for us to install another line over here. So that's good. That's where we want to be. This is our steel production, and we've got 120. I'm trying to think. That's 120 coming in on that belt. All right. And so we can expand this if we need to expand this, but for now I just want to make it so that they're pumping out blah blah blah. So how do we do that? We've got to get coal up here. We got to get coal up here. And then we still have expansion over here that we can work with. So that's kind of cool. That's pretty awesome. Let's put this back before somebody has a construction accident. No. Okay, let's go run over here real quick. I think we have everything set up working on phase 2. I want to go look real quick. Okay, item number 1 is the smart plating. So we need 1,000 smart plates, right? Which means we need 1,000 rips loaded into here. So that is, what is that? 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 80. We need 400 more rips. Let's go pick up 400 more rips. We're going to preload these so that they're working on our phase 2 while we're working on other shit. So this is our rips container right here. We'll just take as many as we can handle. People are like, blasphemy. You can't do it that way. Okay. I believe you. Let's put like 400 more in there. 2, 3, 400. So that's 1,000. The rotors, we have enough in there. So essentially, smart plates are done. They're going to load themselves. All right. This one is the versatile framework. We need steel beams. So 12 beams to 2 versatile framework. 12. $6,000 beams. Holy shit. I don't know if we even have 6,000 beams. We'll go grab them and we'll preload that. And then the last thing is the 100 little triangle things. Like, bro, you just automated rips. How in the hell are you about to complete phase 2? I'm fucking smart, bro. Not really. You can do phase 3 this way too. I've gone all the way up to phase 4 just like this. Exactly like this. It doesn't make a whole lot, you know, like super quickly, but there's your beams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. We got about 2,000 in there. I can't believe I need 6,000 beams to do this. And we'll go get some more coal and preload those, so this will keep making beams. What was that making? Mod frames? How many mod frames did I need to make all of these? You need you need 1,000 mod frames for this whole deal. For the whole shebang. And I thought I had mod frames. I moved them. Oh, I moved them over here. I got mod frames. We'll go get the mod. It's in one of my storages over here. You need them for other things, so I was making them. All right, let's go. Maybe I got 1,000 in there. I don't know, but we can preload this, and that means our flex frames, our smart plates. Those are like the big things for phase 2. Those will be 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 400 in there so far. What about, let's do one more. Do I have the, heck no, I don't have it. I need rotors. Do I have rotors? Do we have rotors somewhere? I know we're not making them. We're making rips. I got a few. We need to clean this out. We don't need this. We don't even need that storage. What we're going to do is go ahead and automate that third one, and then we'll fill up the flex frames, and then we'll leave phase 2 to its own, you know, to do its thing while we, yeah, so what are these called? Automated wiring. Stators and cables. Motherfucker. All right, so this isn't like hard per se, but let's do stators, which is going to require steel pipe and wire. Okay, no problem. Do Mark 2, and then 8. We're going to do... I'm going to do one right there, and then I'm going to do that. All right, and so this needs steel pipe and wire. Perfect. We'll do wire, we'll do steel pipe. And how many do we need? One stator. Sorry, I gotta reverse engineer this. 20 cable. Let's just go get a shitload of cable. We got a bunch of cable. And we'll preload this. There we go. Because if I did the math, basically 2,000 cable is what you need in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, basically 5. That's 2,000. Okay, so our cable is satisfied. And then stators, all right, we need, it's 1-to-1, so we need 100 stators. So to make 100 stators, I need 300 pipe and 800 wire. cable. Not that. All right, plenty of wire. Okay, and then we need to go get some pipe. It says we need like 300 pipe for all 100 of those. Then we'll finish loading our mod frames. I'll just grab as many as I can handle and go dump them in there. The one thing that's going to hold us up is the beams. So I think what we're going to do is get enough material so that we can run a belt and a miner for coal over here so that our beams are making. I don't think we'll need that many, but let's just go dump this in there. I think 800 was what we needed. We'll dump all of our mod frames in, and then while all of that's making, because that's going to take some time, we'll go... I'm trying to think of the best way. Because that coal over there I was going to use for power for now. And then this coal, I guess we could run a belt this way. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. All right. There's your cables going into stators. Easy peasy. Wire's done. So the automated wiring is going to be done. And then mod frames. Let's go. Let me go clean this up a little bit. Let's go clean this up a little bit. Because I got inventory issues. All right, rips. Throw those in there. Plates. I'm pretty sure we have enough plates. This is screws. What is this? Plates. Plates making screws. Okay, all right. That makes sense. Plates making screws. Okay. Let's empty this out. All right. And we're going to take all these mod frames over and dump those, preload those into the container over here. Yeah. We're making phase 2 our biatch. All right. Preload these. Last night, this thing was making mod frames. So that's how I got here. Loading rips. I would go make the rips, load the rips into these containers, let the mod frames come through here, and then I moved them over there. I was going to do something a little different, and then I just decided this morning, screw it, let's do it this way. So there's our mod frames. Okay, get rid of this. We don't need it. All right, everything's counted out on that side. So we're done with phase 2 except for steel beams. So we're going to shift focus over here. I'm going to clear the storage out too. We just don't need it. Just don't need it. Here's rotors. I knew I had rotors sitting somewhere. Because when we rearranged everything, we moved all of our rotors into that container. It's all good. We'll need those rotors. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Those are rips. We can load that. We can load rotors into here. Just to clear, I'm just trying to clear my damn inventory. Okay. This is mod frames. Perfect. Cables. We'll build a shopping list before we leave so we have enough in our inventory for like dropping a miner and that kind of stuff. And we're gonna go fucking work, man. What the frickin' hell? I went the wrong way. Let's do like 2 stacks of wire. Or 2 stacks of cable, 2 stacks of wire. We shouldn't even need that much. All right. Now let's go get some rips. We're going to use, I think we're going to push tier 2 belts. We'll have 120 cola going over there. So we could make a little blueprint. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. All right, let's just get what we need here. So we got regular plates over here. Let's just take like 5 stacks of plates. We don't need all these rods. Rods should be turning into screws. Come on, squoos. Here we go. Is this full? Of course it's full. I guess we just take the rest in rips. I don't have a lot of room. So rips are over here. All right, and so here's what I was going to do. This is what we're looking at. We're going to where the coal is. We're going to put a tier 2 miner down. Ugh, we got to go pick this up. We got to go pick this up. Son of a bitch. Because we're going to push 120 on a tier 2 belt. We got a concrete slab. No problem. No problems. Let's do, I don't know. Let's do 50 of these so we can string our power out. Let's do, I don't know, 100 of those. And then we're going to do tier 2 belts. I'm going to do like 500. Okay, so looking at that, we got to make all that shit fit in our inventory. So let's go see if we can make it fit. Hard drive. What did we get? Wet concrete, copper alloy, rescan, rigger motor, steel cast plate. Okay. Oakley dokley. I don't need that. I do need this for just a second. Scan the hard drive. Put the hard drive away. Okay. Oh, we got, let's combine this. Sorry, if I have chances to combine, I will. No. Portable, excuse me, portable miners is what we're looking for. We gotta fit. Hey, look, there's our pipe that we needed. We'll go dump a rip. And actually, we don't need, I don't think we need this many. We're going to end up cleaning that out. Where's the portable? Didn't we make a shitload of portable miners? Dude. Bruh. Dude. Take 100 of those. I swear I made like 20. I know where they're at. Okay, let's just make some portable miners. I know where they're at. They're sitting over on the coal. When we were last night, I was going back and forth with coal, so I would drop the miners. I dropped them. I filled my inventory, dropped them again, filled my inventory, so I had a full inventory. Then I dropped them again. I came back and filled the coal bin, and so I was just running back and forth every couple minutes, loading coal into those bins so that the beams and stuff kept making. And I think last night when I logged off, I think I left them over there. So there's like 20. There's 20 automatic miners or so just chilling over there on the coal pile. It's all good. It don't matter. Okay, I don't need that many. I don't know why I'm making that many. We need reinforced beams. We need to hold on. Hold the flipping phone. It says we need 540 rips. I think we're going to need more than that, but I'm going to drop. I got to make some room. Nothing. Don't we have reinforced? I thought we had reinforced beams somewhere. Nothing here. Did I use them all? We can make some more, I think. Were they in this? think we used them all. Damn, Daniel. I think we used them all. All right, well. Yeah, okay. No problem. Let's, we need reinforced for the tier 2. In case, or key. So we need beams. Fuck. Man, FML. All right, we got to go do a few things before we can move forward. So let's do that. Let's store all. Let's take this. We got to go pick up some coal. We got to drop the coal so we can make some beams because we're out of beams. Plus, we need like fucking 12,000 beams. So that's what we're trying to do right now. Is get the coal, get a line run over so the coal is coming over, is automated. I don't have to keep running back and forth. But this coal over here is going to go to power plant, so I don't want to use it. Otherwise, I thought about just doing like a truck, like a little highway, a little road. Like coming from here, come straight up here, come right underneath here, load it to the platform, and then just run a belt underneath. And we're done with coal. But I think the better option is there's coal back there. I'm going to go connect to that. And I might grab sulfur and tie that into that and bring those two belts up. That way we can start making gunpowder too. Explosives. Explosives. And then over here is where I've been getting coal, which we honestly need to hook up the other side of our factory over there. Our coal generators. Because we're only making like 1,200 megawatts. Yeah, see? I knew I left this shit over here. Okay. Yeah, so last night what I was doing is I would do that, and then I would drop them again, and I would run back to the platform, dump the coal. And then I'd run back over here, and I just kept running back and forth. I was doing other things, watching TV and shit, so it was just kind of like every couple minutes I was running back and forth. And then it was full. The container was full. Here, let's do this. The container was full. So I'd sit there and let the container burn. I'd let it just kind of burn through everything and then make a couple more runs. This container right here, throw the coal in. It's going to start making beams. We can put these on our hotbar. Like, it don't matter. It don't matter. We could run back and forth. Is there beams over here? Let's go look. If there's any beams, I'm going to steal some. Let's take let's take those. 1, 2, 3. We'll take those. And then I don't know what I did with the reinforced. I swear I had them. I thought I had a bunch of them. Like 400 or 500 I built. I made some yesterday. Manually cranked it out. It's all right though. Probably used it. Oh, did we? What the fuck? No, we should have some. Concrete. Man, I've lost my ever-loving mind. I must have lost my mind. I swear I cranked out like 500 of them bitches last night. Did it record? Hold on. Nope. Nope. I was gonna say maybe I used it up making the fluctuators, but I didn't. I did not. I did not. Sorry, I was gonna finish. Might as well finish this milestone. That's done. Hypertubes is next. Of course, it's encased bullshit. Yeah, we'll do that. So we don't have to be confused anymore. Lonely eyes. You have to. I'm thinking I don't need that many fucking screws for sure. Sorry. I keep getting distracted. Okay, the coal is loaded. We're letting the coal make some beams. Hello, RX43RX. 12 and a half times 7. How are you? Fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Okay, we got everything we need. We just need the beams. So let's go make some beams for the tier 2 miners. We only need 10 of them. Let's make those 10 beams, and then we can go start installing our miner, and we won't have this coal bottleneck anymore. Welcome to the YouTube channel. That stuff is so good. All right, we're good. We're good. And we got our portable miners in inventory, so let's go. Concrete. Let's take as much concrete as we can. Only eyes. Is that considered a name? What considered a name? RX43RX times 2, 7.5. I don't know, man. I think he left. I think he was like, "You make fun of my name, I'm leaving." Sorry, man. It's a real name, and I'm a real boy. I have no idea. No, my viewers just dropped a 4. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, god dang. No one else is laughing at my jokes, but I sure am. Oh, god. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny. We're actually not that far from the coal. Shouldn't be that terrible of a run. So I'm thinking we're going to go right. That's the corner of our base. I mean, you can see it. So let's kill these guys. Nope, miss. Hi. Oh, son of a bitch. I can do way better than that. I mean, it could be worse, I guess. They could be hitting me. Isn't there one more? Was there not one more? There was 3. Okay, whatever. Wait, nope, I heard him. Heard it. All right. Now, let's clean this area up a little bit. Let's put a miner on here. What am I missing? Oh. Only us. You don't have to be alone tonight. All right, we'll go here. I'm trying to think the best way to do this. I'm thinking go up. Come on, dude. Okay. Black. Holy shit, man. Okay, there we go. All right. And then I think just shoot it straight out that way. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, brother. Whoa. Na 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 na. Na, 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 na. I probably should stop humming that. I'm actually higher than the base platform. You know, if I was a smarter man, you know what I would have done? Instead of going this way, I would have gone from the platform out to the coal. But I'm not that man. So actually, I am that man. And this is going to drive me nuts. So we'll probably go to the platform and we'll do it. And then we'll delete this. And that way we'll be on the same grid too. Whee! Okay. Yeah, let's just do that. Why not? Because now that I'm thinking about it, it's honestly a better idea because we got to bring all of the we can bring all the crystal, all the sand, we can bring all of that in here. We don't have to run a train over there. Belts are best, I think. A never-ending story. Yeah, I'm stupid. I should have done this in the first place. And I feel like there's something else over here that's important. I just can't remember what it was. Okay, now let's go. All right, so see the coal over there, right there, in that area, right there. Let's just take it. Let's take this and go that way. Yes. Oh, shit. That's the only downside to Infinite Zoop. I get carried away sometimes. I do bad things. I'm not a bad person. I just do bad things. All right. Yeah, that's good enough. Está bien. Está bueno. Bueno, bye. Bueno, bye. Okay, so then let's delete all of this. Whee! All of this is gone. Ladder's gone. Ladder's gone. Ladder's gone. So these are all normals, I think, by the way. And they're located right there. Can I? Okay, I got to get closer to that. I didn't think about how to get back up there, so I kind of screwed the pooch there. Nope, let's do this. Bam. That's pretty good. Pretty good, brother. Pretty good. Sometimes I get on Discord and try and find the people to play this game with. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I had to choose my words carefully. This game is fun, and it's cool with multiple people. It's cool in a co-op sense. It kind of sucks when you have multiple people playing on the same map doing different factories. I'll put it that way. I don't think the map is really big enough. I wish they had a multiplayer map, because I don't think the map is big enough to play multiple. Whoa, what the hell? Oh shit, did it delete the whole thing? I am so confused right now. Yeah, so I think that this is a great game, like, from a co-op scenario. I don't think it's... I mean, it could be good if you were like... I mean, it's still co-op. It could be good multiplayer-wise if you were like, okay, I need you to work on this, and you need to work on this, and you need to work on, like, that kind of deal, but... Hey, beach, what the hell? But otherwise, I don't know that it's conducive to that sort of thing. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, some bitch. But I did build this. This is a multiplayer game. I just decided I'm not gonna let people play with me because I'm on stream. I'm not gonna take that risk. Never-ending story. Hold on, wifey's texting. Let's see what wifey's got to say. She sent me an image of some Halloween bullshit. Halloween nutcracker? What the fuck? I don't want that shit. It's tough, but I have never tried it. The best way to do it, in my opinion, is to do it this way. You go to to-do list, clear list, but you do public notes, and you can do open bracket, close bracket like that, and then just say, like, establish coal power at blue crater. Next. Blah, 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 blah. But you can also put, like, something I'll do is I'll put, like, Jeremy Brown. And then do that. That way, because everyone can see that, and everyone can see, like, what you're working on. Does that make sense? And once you do that, hold on. Blue crater. All right, now when I close this out, Look, it's on your screen. Establish coal player power at Blue Crater. So, and then when it's done, sorry. When it's done, you can either X, that's done. And then that's done. See? Jeremy did that. That's how I would recommend, like, that's the only, I mean, that's the way I do it, but there's also mods for that. So, you know, that might be something to look into. For you, okay, let's do this. We got to finish this. Never end. Fuck. We already have that there, sir. So let's go down. And then, actually, I'm probably gonna do tie-ins where the miners are, so they go up individually. I probably don't need 4 here. I don't know why I did that. So we'll go like middle of the platform-ish, maybe. No, that's not gonna work. We're gonna have to go. We used to troll our mate server by building giant sky penises, and he couldn't figure out how we got up there. That's funny. I'm just excited. You used to do that? How long ago was that? Nate of 9? What's up with these names? Oh, that's not even yellow. Why am I having Oh, okay. It's further back. Okay. This should be connecting. What the freaking hell, man? Like update 5 a few years ago. Update 5. Hunter Buddy 40, I'm doing well. How are you? Update 5, you were playing multiplayer? It was so fucking broke back then. Come on, why is this not connecting? I'm a little confrazzled as to why it should be like right in the middle of this bitch. Oh, that's why. Hold on. Let's take the parachute off. I see what I did wrong. Nope. That didn't work. It will work. I just need this to connect, damn it. There we go. There we go. Perfect. All right, now let's get the let's get the power. I have the power. Let's get the power up to the top of here, and then we can run our belt to the pad. I'm trying to think. I think I'm gonna go. When I get there, I'm gonna dip down, go beneath, and then wrap around that side so that I can pop the coal up through where it needs to be. The wire's too long. What the fuck? I don't have a parachute on. Because you mother made me take it off. Just playing and watching you build. That's cool, man. All right, let's see if that's close enough. Well, we're unlocking phase 2 is completing itself. That's kind of cool. Na 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 na. Too long? Nah. Oh my god. No, we're good. We're good. We're good, bro. We're good. Nothing to see here. Let's go Mark 2. Are you shitting me right now? Anybody else see that I only have one freaking plate? I'm about to run back and get some plates. How did I... Dude, I'm stupid. Alright, watch. So, if that hurts your feelings that I just died and got an instant respawn, I'm sorry. I apologize. Kind of. But you can't unlock teleports until like tier 8. What the hell, man? That's not fair. Oh man, talk to Coffee Stain. They built it in the game. I just turned it on. Yeah, man, I was trying to get coal up here. That's my goal right now. I need to get coal going to steel. And then I've got my coal plant over there. I need to finish it so that we're at 2,500 kilowatt hours. Kind of upgrade my power situation over there, and then I think we're past the bottleneck. Then we can really start cranking some stuff out. It's gonna be real nice. I also got to go back and delete that run right there. It's just randomly floating in the air. Broken as heck. We couldn't even build belts or lifts that could connect back then. Yeah. Dude, I've been playing this game since it came out. Like, so I understand the pain. I mean, I understand 100%. We used to connect, like, you could connect to people, but it was like, it wasn't a... I wouldn't say it was like a multiplayer server. It wasn't like a multiplayer setup. It was like you could join someone's game. But it wasn't good. At all. Oh, this will be good. We'll probably convert this. I don't know if I'll convert this to trains or not. I don't know. We'll have to see. People are like, quit bunny hopping. Please stop bunny hopping. What are you talking about? What do you mean bunny hopping? Oh, Satisfactory. It's come a long way. There's still some broke ass shit in this game, but it's a good game. This game, like, there's other factory builders. There's other, you know, people are like, dude, if you love this, you'll love Factorio. I don't know. I watched some videos. I don't think I'll like Factorio. This is, I don't know. There's something about this game. Je ne sais quoi. I think they called it Water and Pipes Update. What was in that update? Is that when they added liquids to the game? Because there was a time when I believe not added liquids. I think I'm trying to remember. There was a time that I didn't play for a long time because I was like so pissed off at the game. I was like, man, it's got so much potential. And I was like disgruntled because I was like, it's just squandered. I'll come back when it's not fucking broke. It's still broke. Liquids are still broke. Liquids are still broke as shit. Alright, let's go get the power. I have the power. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was a time when it was just water, like because you had water for like coal and shit. But that might not even be. That might be my old ass brain playing tricks on me. And then they added, like then you had oil and all that kind of good shit. Na, 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 na. And I bought it, like I said, I bought it when it came out. And I played a little bit, and then I was like, ah. And then I watched people play it, and I was like, yeah, it's still broke. But I enjoyed watching it. And then I came back. When I came back, it was 11 or 12 is when I came back. Yeah, like it wasn't, you couldn't do oil and shit there. Like that was added. Okay, here's what I was gonna do. Back. Let's do a couple walls. Let's do, I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna delete these anyway. Let's do let's do that. Asking yourself, what the hell are you doing? You know, I find myself asking the same questions. Yeah, I don't remember, man. There were so many updates, and then there was stuff that came out that was like, oh, it's out, and then it patched where it wasn't available. It was like all kinds of crazy stuff back then. Graphics, there for a while, graphics were breaking the game. There was all kinds of crazy stuff, and then it started getting really good. It started getting really good. Here, look at this. Riddle me this. How come I have everything turned up ultra max freaking super duper insanity mode, but when I'm running across this, like shadow, look at this. The shadows are loading. Is there a specific setting for? Is that it? I don't know. Maybe. Whatever. I don't freaking know. All I know is I got this sucker maxed out. You can't put this thing on higher graphic settings. You think UE5 unruined, or unruined? It, Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5 ruined this game? Oh my god, dude. Okay. Sometimes. Oh, dude. If I didn't laugh at my jokes, nobody would. That's so funny. Mark II. Shit. Na 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 na. All right, that should be connected. And then I really didn't want to connect it this way. Let's connect it this way. Then we'll come back and connect the belts. And then we'll have coal. Explain why you feel like it ruined the game. Like I want to hear your opinion on this. Not that it's wrong or anything. I want to know. I have my own opinion on Unreal Engine 5. Allegedly. Okay, so here's my thought process on this. UE5 was like, everyone was super excited. Oh my god, this game's gonna look great in UE5. Ark, prime example, right? It's beautiful. It's beautiful, but like probably 70% of the gamers out there cannot run it. And that's because it requires such high-end hardware. Like you can run it, don't get me wrong. You can run it, you can turn your settings all the way down and be okay, but like my opinion is like Satisfactory is one of those games that's just absolutely beautiful. Shouldn't you just build pre-existing? So no. It's different. It's the way that it compiles things. It's the way that it processes things. So they prioritize certain processes. Motherfucker, I didn't even grab that. Did I grab the wrong thing? What's going on here? There we go. So it's the way it prioritizes things. And it's like, oh, it looks so great. It looks so great. It's the thing with UE5, this is what I was getting at. Is like, okay, it looks great, but it takes 4 times as many resources to do the same job. And so then you have to look at it and go, okay, well, shit, now that it's using all these resources to do this job, there's nothing left for it to do this job. Yeah, it's a completely different engine. It's a completely different engine. It's not... You would think that. You would think it would be like, oh, it's a rework of UE4. No. It's a completely new platform. It's a completely new process. Okay, that's done. We got those connected. So yeah, so that's my opinion. I don't know that that's... I'm not a developer. I'm not like a programmer or anything. All I know is I played other games that were like Ark was like, oh god, this is gonna be so awesome on UE5. Crashes. Go play single player on Ark. It crashes like you wouldn't believe. I'm pushing a 50. I'm running a 5080, and I'm having Ark crash because it's saying that I don't have the resources available. I'm having memory issues, and I'm like, excuse me, how many? I'm like 4 times the recommended minimum to play that game, and you're telling me I'm having crashes because of memory issues? That's crazy. And so then I start looking into it, and they're saying no, it's not your actual equipment, it's the actual game. It's UE5 crashing. It's an engine issue. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. We'll fix it then. Why release a product that's half baked? And then certain levels of technique the developers just can't learn. Epic already said that its developers would take on board their expert teams, i.e., money spent. They could use stuff like human proper. Yeah, like here. Okay, let's talk about Epic. So let's talk about Fortnite, right? So Fortnite is not, for some people. It's like, oh, that game is terrible. It's not a good game to compare it to. But here's my thing. Even when I was on a shitty computer, I could run Fortnite. It wasn't the best graphic settings, but it was stable. I wasn't getting like, I don't feel like people that were running like a 4090 or 5090 or whatever had a great performance advantage over me. Because to be honest with you, if you're looking for FPS, then you're not looking for the best graphic settings. You're going to turn all that shit down anyway. So I'm getting basically the same shit that they're getting. And I'm like, okay, so how can you pop into a game like Fortnite, where I think arguably it's a great looking game, just by default. You can pop into that game and it's optimized. They're not using UE5. You'll need more RAM, but you just need more. It's not just RAM though. It's not just about RAM that runs games. It's not RAM that runs the engine. It's like shared properties, It's like there's certain tasks that the processor runs, there's certain tasks that the RAM runs. And all in all, just the general picture of it all is that those resources are not coordinated well for what the engine is doing. Does that make sense? The engine doesn't do a good job of sending instructions out. So that's just my opinion. But I will say that one of the big issues Ark's been having lately is the Epic online multiplayer is not playing well with UE5. That's one of the big things. That's why it keeps like they were having login issues. Save game corruptions, all kinds of stuff because Ark can't seem to get their act together as far as the multiplayer thing, or this, multiplayer by themselves. So they have to rely on Epic. I think Ari was telling me that. I think it was Ari, maybe Cap, I can't remember, but they were telling me about it and I was like, what? Why are we having Epic issues when we're talking about Ark? Well, with Evolved, they ran their own multiplayer shit. When they went to Ascended, they recruited Epic to run all of that shit. I'm running Satisfactory on 2X RX 580s at max settings, but if Lumen was added proper, I bet my FPS would tank into the ground. I don't even know what are my FPS? I'm getting 100 FPS right now with everything turned on, maxed out. With Lumen on. These are my settings. I'm on high, moody bright. Everything is kind of maxed out here. All of this is turned up. You can see where I'm at here. The only thing that's turned down is conveyor quality. Everything else is ultra. And then I'm running 4K. So maxed out in 4K with no FPS cap, running DX12. And my graphics card is at 57 degrees Celsius. So not terrible, but that's pretty good running 2 RX 580s. I mean, If you're talking about bang for your buck, that's fucking value packed. That's a value packed setup, 100%. I'm. That's props to that setup for sure. Or as the Brits say, big ups, big ups. You know what? I think it's time that we get a little caffeine in our system. These Red Bulls aren't cutting it. We're going to the Grinds Sour Apple. 2 of those. So 160 milligrams of caffeine. Better than the alternative. I could be packing my lip full of Levi Garrett. Oh, don't do it. I almost did it. Okay, so the way I'm setting this factory up is like, yeah, the floor above me is a logistics floor. Mother, you son of a... It's a logistics floor, but I'm running like belts independently below that floor so that I can pop up and keep my logistics floor cleanish. I don't want to have to like jump over belts and stuff in the main production, so that's what I'm trying to avoid. You bitch. We got to go get some more rips. So you're running an SLI configuration then. That's cool. Or not. What's it called? Crossfire? Not SLI. Isn't it Crossfire on I don't fucking know. You know what I'm trying to say. Is RX 580, isn't that AMD? Yeah. DDR5 cards. Crossfire. Okay, yeah. Because it's Crossfire on AMD and it's SLI with NVIDIA, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I bought $100 worth of graphics cards off a marketplace. It was 18 graphics cards, and 4 or 5 of those are like quads, 4800s or some shit like that. And then I've got some Fire Pros. They're workstation GPUs. They're all workstation GPUs. But I was like, hell, for $100 I can figure out something to do with them. And I was thinking, I wonder if I could build a mining rig with workstation GPUs. There's some quad 4800s, some 40. There's 2 Fire Pro 5000s. Then there's like, I think like some quad 4000s, maybe. Oh, I fucked up. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. They're just sitting in the closet right now. I tested a few of them and the 4800 works. But anyways, my point was I was going to do a retro build as well. And then I was like, hey, I could do a SLI configuration with the 4800s. That'd be kind of cool for the retro build. But there's I think there's better cards for me to go with if I'm doing a retro build, if we're being honest. All right, this is bothering me. Somehow I got off straight here. Okay. We're almost there, boys. And then we're no more coal bottleneck. We don't have to worry about that for now. They came with it. They were configured that way in the server for some reason. Workstation. So there's 2 sets. Both of them have the bridge piece. And that's why I was like, oh, I could do this. That's the only reason I considered it. But I haven't really messed with it. Like, I don't really know what I'm doing as far as that goes. Like, my degree is in IT, but boys, I graduated in 2001. So things have changed a little bit. People are like, oh, you got a degree in IT? Yeah, I do. But back then we had to fucking crank start our computer, so it doesn't really matter anymore. Crank start. Oh man. Wait, what? Do what? What happened here? Oh, we're outbound. Why are we outbound? I don't understand. That shouldn't be outbound. There we go. Are you in IT? What do you mean am I IT? No, IT was what I did in the Army. And that's what I got my degree in. I went through AIT for information technologies, and then while I was in the Army, I got my degree in IT. But that's what I'm saying. It was years ago. It's not the same. These guys that are in IT now, completely different animal than. No software control, just slapping the cords in 2 PCIe slots, slap on the bridge, get the drivers, and test in a benchmark. Oh, okay, that's easy. I don't pretend to. Whatever. People are like I've had people reach out and they're like, "Hey, weren't you in IT?" I'm like, "Yeah, I was in IT, but I was back then when I was programming in Unix. I was doing stuff with satellites and shit. Not my branch was a little different, so it's a little different. Well, that's cool. Thank you for your service. You're welcome. Thank you for thanking me. So yeah. Anyways, my point is, IT today is different than IT yesterday. That's it. I'm old as shit. That's all you need to know. Let's frickin'. All right, get in, bitches. We're going shopping. Here we go. How's that? That gonna work? I think it'll work just fine. So let's go check and see what's going on back here. Happy Labor Day. Happy Labor Day. What is the point of Labor Day? Can someone explain what the point of Labor Day is. Inquiring minds want to know. I know, you guys are like, you're fucking dumb. You don't know what Labor Day is about? Is it just a day off from labor? Or is it a day that you're supposed to do labor? Should I be going into labor today? Is this not giving me 120? My job in the Army, I know there's people that are like, what? So what did you do if you didn't do IT? I answered phones. I was in Signal. My job was like when we went out to the field, we set up phone systems for people. And later on, I had a truck with a satellite on the back of it. When I went to Iraq in 2003, we would go out with the guys that were doing missions, and the network would set everything up, run their phone lines to my truck, and I would connect them to my satellite dish, and they would have a satellite uplink. And then you guys here in the States, when you're watching all that great footage of, you know, bombs being dropped and all that kind of stuff, it's because everything was connected to my truck, and they were able to have internet in the middle of freaking Iraq. I remember with dual core was the latest thing, and my friends drooled over my Athlon 1800 OC chip, quad core with BIOS OC tuning. Yeah, man, AMD. Athlon was like the way to go back in the day. I'm going to start studying more. Labor Day is to reinforce the American labor appreciation. Man, I didn't know. I was like, what is it? What do we, what's the deal here? All right, we got the Cole. Cole is up to the platform. Celebrating the labor movement. Okay, I got to look this up. What's the labor movement? The labor movement is a collective effort by workers typically organized into unions to improve their shared economic and political interests through collective bargaining and advocacy for better wages, reasonable hours, and safe working conditions. Originating in the Industrial Revolution as a response to exploitation, the movement has secured fundamental worker rights like the weekend, the 40-hour work week, and protections against child labor, and continues to fight for fairness and worker improvement. Labor Day became a federal holiday to recognize the contributions and achievements of American workers. So essentially, we're celebrating all of the accomplishments of the movement by taking a day off and saying fuck labor. Hey, spicy. Hey, boys. There it goes. There she is right there. How come it's fucking slow though? That's what I was trying to figure out. That don't look like 120. Oh man. Well, when I went into the Army, I remember thinking, like, I wish I had a regular job. I wish I wasn't doing this every day, waking up at, crack ass at dawn, running 5 miles, getting yelled at. You go run 5 miles, then you got to haul your ass to the chow hall, get something to eat, go get your uniform ready, and be at work by, 07 or 08 or whatever the time was that they wanted us to be there, depending on, where you worked. And, I remember thinking how fucking terrible it was. Are these Mark III? Did I just fuck up? I did. Okay, those are Mark III. And then it was like, when I got out of the military, I was like, screw this bullshit, dude. I want to go back to the Army. This is bullshit having to be out here like this. And it was really hard for me to hold a job because I was working for people that hadn't been to combat, and they'd be like, "Hey, I need you to do this," and I was like, "Well, I'm not going to do that because I don't respect your authority. you haven't you haven't been to war. You ain't no soldier." It was hard for me. It was hard for me to adapt to being a civilian. So I went through like a shitload of jobs. I was very good at every job that I did. I just had no patience for stupid. And so eventually, because I'm disabled, I'm a disabled veteran. Eventually, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna embrace this and stop trying to work and just. I was already getting a paycheck from the military. I was like, I'm just gonna. This is where I'm at. This is my bag. You know, I'm just gonna accept it and retire. And that's what I did. And now I'm like one of the biggest streamers of all time. One of the most successful streamers you'll ever encounter. Who would have thought? So full of shit. Uh but no, I don't envy people having to get up and go to work every day. I'm like, man, that's terrible. My wife has to go every day and I see her off to work and I'm like, have a nice day, and she's like, fuck you. Like, okay. Bro, workers globally need to math better, I swear. People need to like I don't know what happened to common sense. I'm amazed, honestly, at where we're at as a society. Cause I'm like I feel like you ever watch that movie Idiosyncrasy or Idiocracy? I think it's Idiocracy is the name of it. You ever watch that movie? We're at 120. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I don't know. We're where we're supposed to be on that. Um okay, so I had a guy. I went and I paid for my food and I gave him cash through the window. I was like, "Here you go." It was like 18 bucks or something. I gave him 20. And then he comes back and he hands me like $11. And I was like, I looked at it and then because like I always I take the change, put it in my center console, check my food, and then I'm like, all right, I'm good, and I drive away. So I get ready to do that, and I look over, and I'm like, hold up, wait a second. And I was like, hey, you gave me too much change. And he literally sat there and he was like, no, 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 you gave me 20. Your food was 18, whatever. And so I gave you, 10 plus 11 or plus 1 plus the change, which made it 20. And I was like, no, no, bro, no, not at all. Take this back and count it right. And he did and gave me the money back. And he was like, I don't know, man. He's like, I mean, I guess so. Because I actually had to tell him, I think it was like $1.30 is what he owed me. And he gave me like 11.70 or something. And I was like, no, listen, take this back, give me $1.30. And he did. He's like, all right, man, but I mean, my drawer is going to come up. I'm going to have too much in my drawer. So it's just as bad as me coming up short. I'm like, in what world, if my employee is like, got too much money in their drawer, I'm not going to be like, you know what? You're fucking fired. Now, if they have too much money in their drawer today, and then every other day it's their drawer's off every day, then yeah, we're gonna have a conversation. But wait, what? It's got the electrolytes. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking about AI, Ari? AI's got the electrolytes. Yeah, see, that's not 120. There's no way that's 120. There's a break in the system somewhere. Anyways, I don't care. Let's let that go. We got shit to do. Oh, let me clear this out. I was showing Jeremy Brown how to do that little piece of business there. Piece of business. Oakley dokley. Concrete. Divide 364 by 7. Oh, it's got the electrolytes. Oh, oh yeah. Want my mind blown. 366 divided by 7. Okay. Why is that going to blow my mind? 52.42. No. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, why is that 52? Yeah. I do. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, 14. I got you. So 7 times 2 is 14. Carry the 1. 7 times 5 is 35. Plus 1 is 35. 364. Why is that? I do math really weird. You guys just heard me how I do math. That's how my mind works. And I'm looking at it going, that absolutely makes sense. Why are you telling me that's going to blow my mind? If I did math now, if I did math back when I was in high school, the way I do math now, take 1 day away from the year, you have exactly 52 weeks per year. There's not 365 days in every year, though, is there? I thought that fluctuated every other year. What? Why? You're going to have to explain this to me because I'm sitting here thinking about February having 28 days and then some days like oh, it only fluctuates every 4 years, right? On leap year where there's like one less day or something like that. So that still doesn't make sense. So why is there 365? Because there's 3 years, three. So the years in between leap years have 366 days or what? Or those are 365? I don't fucking understand. I don't get it. I don't know. God damn. Fucking don't know what we're doing anymore. I fucking quit, dude. I quit. Why are you even telling me this Japanese math? Yeah, some months are -2 or -1 or some are +1. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, Jeremy. So I was like for 4 years. Okay. So that's what I was thinking. I was like, well, okay, by the way Jeremy's saying it, okay, 365 is a year. That's what we know is a year. So some months have +1, some months have -1. Okay, I'll buy that. So it balances out. So you're telling me every year has 365. But then Nate is saying, no, bro, 364 by 7. And it absolutely makes sense because you're like, okay, it's 52. So you're telling me there's a there's like a week in there that's like, hey, you're like, damn, I'm glad Monday's over, and you wake up the next day, it's like fucking Groundhog Day. Oh god damn, it's Monday again. You know, it's Monday twice in a row. What? And I get, and the leap year thing is every 4 years, so that. Okay, break it down for me. Explain to me why this works or why this doesn't work, because I'm not understanding. It's my little pea brain is not working. I'm doing the math at 364, and I'm like, yeah, that's right. There's a day we go back in time. Well, if they removed a single day, the calendar year would be 13 months instead of 12. Month is a holiday. Okay. I've heard of this. Ancient calendars, older calendars have 13 months in the year. Every year has 52.14 weeks. Leap years were made to make up the difference. Okay, I'll buy that, Ari. But what I'm saying is every year has 52.14 weeks. So what I'm saying is like this year is not a leap. Let's say this year's not a leap. I don't fucking know if it's a leap year or not. That means this year is 52.14 weeks long, which means it's longer than 364 days. So where's the extra fucking time this year? You know what I mean? I get the 13 months. I understand that, but I'm like, okay, but it doesn't. So basically what you're saying is like it doesn't actually work out to 365. It doesn't. That number is just in our head somehow. It's not actually 365. It's not actually 52 weeks. It's it's actually 5214 and it's 364 on leap year and 365 every other year or whatever, right? Have I just lost my ever loving mind? Okay. What do I need here? Encased beams. We need 50 encased beams. Let's go ahead and make the rest of those. I like this conversation. It just doesn't. Jeremy Brown, does that mean that do we have to drive 88 miles an hour that whole day? Does that mean in that day we have to measure all electricity in gigawatts? Nate, why would you do this to me? Why would you tell me something that my preschool brain can't possibly comprehend? What, Jeremy? What seems to be the problem, sir? Julian year. Blue Carbon says Julian year is 365.25. Valius says every month is calculated by how long certain star clusters are presented in the sky. Don't start screwing with me about star clusters and shit. I don't care about that. We're talking about math here, bro. I don't know, man. I'm not super intelligent, Ari says. Sorry for caps, Blue Carbon. I don't care. I'm just trying to understand. Nate drops this piece of like just says, "Hey, look, I'm gonna like absolutely blow your mind." He drops this. He gives me one explanation, and then he dips and is like, "I'm not explaining anymore to you. You're not even close to on my level. You're not worth the explanation." I'm interested now. it kind of make like the big picture. Okay, if I'm zooming out to a macro level and I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, it kind of makes sense to me. That's why certain days have less days than others. Honestly, if they made year 364 days, it'd be 28 days a month, exactly 13 months a year, giving us workers the extra month off. Ah, okay, Nate, I see where you're going with that. Oh, okay. So we go off the Gregorian calendar, not the Julian calendar, which is based on the Julian calendar. The Gregorian calendar is based on rotation around the sun. That's it. So, but that doesn't make. I'm gonna have to look into this even further. Today's the day we go back in time. Sign it into law. I'm sold. Ari, I'm with you, brother. Back in time. Sorry, I got that song in my head now. I'm gonna have to go watch all of those movies. Put my white tennis shoes on, my extremely bleached blue jeans. All right, what are we doing? Let's get back on track. You guys distracted me with this blasphemous calendar talk. All right, I was gonna go look at this, and I want to make sure. I mean, it's getting fed. It's getting fed, so that's good, and we are manufacturing, so that's good. We don't have any, not bottlenecks, but we're good there. Let's go look over at our coal thing, and let's see what we need over there. We need to expand our power infrastructure a little bit on this side. And we'll let our beams stuff go for now. Today's the day we go back in time. Yeah, so what I was just reading is like the Gregorian calendar, or the Julian calendar is what Valius was talking about, where it's based on astrology and how long you can see this certain sign in the sky. And then we got away from that, and we went to the Gregorian calendar, which is just a crop calendar, essentially, showing we could better base crop growth on it. So they went to this calendar, which is based on how long the days are and rotation around the sun, instead of all the other astrological things. But I 100% understand, and I wish we did. I've heard people talking about this with the 28 days. And I really wish we did that. Not because I work, but because I think it would be cool just to be like, you don't have to be like, shit, it's July. Do we have 31 days? Is this month 30 days or 31? That screws me up all the time. February, 28 days. Today's the day we go back in time. That's funny. Back in time. Right here. Coming straight across. And we're gonna lock it in right there. 2, 3. Un, deux, trois. There we go. This will produce 2,700 megawatts with both of these sides hooked up. And we're about to fix that. I got a question. How come these three have that little variation, like this little thing, and this one doesn't? You know? I don't know. Frick it. It's good. It's fine. I'm gonna quit messing with my power. We're sitting at 1350. 1350. And then we're going to do this. We're going to do another one. All 4 of these coal nodes are going to be pumped into this for now until we can get our oil shit up and going. Excuse me. So, what were we doing? We were going to look at this. We can make this a Mark II miner. So we need to make some more encased industrial beams. Yeah, let's go make some more encased industrial. Hoi! Let's put Mark II miners on all the coal over there. We'll take the power shards and bump that up. We need to take stuff to hook up the water. I think we'll be pretty close to setting up our second power plant over there. We'll have like 5,000, 55, about 5,000 megawatts, 1.21 gigawatts of electricity. Oh, man. These are so good. All right. Shopping list time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. We'll put 100 on there. That's just wire, I think. Okay. Let's do like 50. I don't know how many I need. 8. Why not? Why not? Let's do a couple of these. A couple of these. Oh, shit. Let's do, I don't know, 200 of these. All right. Let's go load up. Shopping list complete. Back in time. This is almost done, actually. Yeah, we're at 86 of 100 on those. Then we can tear this thing down. What was I coming over to get? Mod frames. I need a couple mod frames. Okay. All right, then. We can go get some beams. Yeah. Oh, that's not good. Concreta. Let's get a couple pipes. It's my pipe. We've got everything unlocked except for phase 2. I started a game while I've been watching. That's funny, dude. That just proves that I'm a terrible influence. Those are rotors. We got to get some concrete. I have a lot of fun playing this game. And realistically, I only stream because it's something to do. Like, it's fun hanging out with people. It's fun bullshitting. Every now and then I get a big group of viewers, and that's great, but my biggest thing is just hanging out with people. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now we need copper. We got copper sheets. We need copper sheets. I'm just gonna sorry, my headset's screwing up. My plan is to hold on, is Twitchy not working? Twitchy is working. But there is spam over on Twitch. What's it saying? So my plan is to kind of dial this in. I want to get this base power fixed over here. Forgot to get my copper sheets. I want to get the base power fixed over there. We're going to expand our steel operation because we're about to have to start kind of amping it up as far as for real. Hold on. We're going to have encased beams. Like, that's going to have to get amped up because we're going to need Mark III belts all over the freaking place. There we go. Now we can go fix coal. Coal. And then I'm just going to start, like, adding things. So I need to get crystal up here so I can start making quartz, unlock signs. I need to unlock sloops. So we're going to have to cross that bridge. We're going to have to, just like little things, little milestones, start working on little stuff. Because what I really want to start doing is I want to start, like, with this factory, I want to build the little factory and build a room around it, kind of design it so that, you know, trucks can travel up on the pad and stuff like that around the factory, moving things around. Make it a little, not like a city. That's not what I want to do. What am I short on here? What's the deal? Is that a Mark II? That's a Mark II already. Ha. Hey. It's like, what? 150. We're at 150 on that one. What's this one at? So we're pushing 300 to that side. Let's do this. Is this going out to the middle of the pad? It is. Hey. Why is that higher? Oh, just that part's higher. Just this part right here is higher. Okay. I'm tracking. All right, let's go over here. We're going to put a miner on this. Man, you've been upgrading like crazy. Upgrading what? My game? My factory? My computer? What are you talking about? Your factory, it's crazy. Oh yeah, I've been working on it. I've been twerking, fixing stuff. All right, we're gonna go right here. We're gonna shoot this across there. And it's only gonna get better. I don't know why I did 2 rows, but it don't freaking matter. It don't matter. Actually, all of this coal's gonna get tore down once we have oil over there, so I don't really care. All right, let's do this guy right here. Do the spiders respawn? Yep. See any more? Except for that big fucker up there. No, brother. No, sir. Bad spider. Okay. Oh, God, I hate them damn things. All right, let's go out over... Well, first, let's put our miner on here, I guess. Well, hello. What the hell? What the hell? There we go. Did you encounter camel spiders while deployed? I did. Not fun. So I went to take a I'll tell you guys a little story. Story time. Gather around, children. It's story time. So, oh God, this story. Hold on a second. Okay, so they tell you check everything. Check your shirt, check your towels, check your bags. You're constantly checking for that kind of stuff. And I mean, with good reason, because if those things bite you, they like burrow. The way that I don't know if you guys know how they work, but camel spiders, the reason they have their name is they burrow down in the sand. They lay in the sand. A camel walks over the top of them. They jump up, bite them on the belly, and burrow inside of them, and then lay eggs. And the babies eat their way from the inside out. And so, obviously, you don't want that to happen to a person, specifically you being that person. So check all your shit. They inject a little bit of I forget what it's called. It's like a local anesthetic. So at the bite site, so you don't even know that you've been bit, and your skin just like dies around the outside of it. So anyways, I didn't get to shower very much. It was like a month before I even got to shower at all. And when I finally did get to shower, it was, we basically had these things called Lister bags. And some of the platoons had them or whatever. Well, they tell you when you go in the Army, don't volunteer for shit. Keep your fucking mouth shut and your hands down. Okay, I'm getting chat. Cool. Don't volunteer for nothing, right? And so I was like, all right, I won't volunteer for shit. You know, like, you don't have to tell me twice. When I get to Iraq, my mind changed. I started thinking, like, I trained for this my whole military career. I didn't come over here to sit in a tent and run a phone. Answer phones. So, I started volunteering. And because I started volunteering, I got to go do shit that people didn't get to do. I got to go on ops. I got attached to units that you guys heard about in the news. I wasn't the guy, but I supported the guy, you know? And I thought that was really cool. So one of these units that I was attached to, because I had volunteered, had a little shower set up, which was like a tent, and they put like a pallet on the ground, dug a hole under it, put some gravel in there, and I'm on my first steps on creating the biggest ecological disaster in Satisfactory. That's funny. And so then, so they were like, "Yeah, if you want a shower, bro, you can use our, use our Lister bag." And I was like, they're either telling me this because I fucking stink, and they're like, please, brother, please shower. Or they're just like, hey, you've been out in the field. It's just a kindness, So I was like, all right, cool. Thank you. So they had this thing set up where it was like an empty tent. You go inside, the Lister bag's hanging up, and you basically turn a little knob, and the water comes out on top of you. So you'll turn that, get wet, turn that off, soap up, get everything soapy, and then you turn that on real quick, rinse everything off, turn it off, and you dry off. Well, when you walk in the tent, they had these little hooks set up, and I hung I had like a little bag that had like, shaving stuff, whatever, had that hanging there, and then I had my towel on this other little hook, little carabiner kind of looking deal. And, what the fuck? What have I done? I don't know what I did. Hold on. Anyways, so I go to take my shower, hang everything up. I get wet, soap up, rinse off, take my shower, and I'm like standing there, pretty much butt-ass naked in this tent, just like enjoying like having the dirt off of me. It's very hot in the desert, but the way that we had this tent set up, there was a breeze coming through. Like the top of it had a gap, so you had air coming in. Anyways, hard to explain, but I was enjoying it. Somebody like yells at me and is like, "Hey, you almost done in there?" I'm like, yeah, hold on, sorry. So I go over to get my towel. I turn the towel, and there is a camel spider on the towel looking at my face, like right here. And right next to it is a black scorpion, like an emperor scorpion. And I'm like, this is how I'm going to die. This is how I'm going to die. No shit. And I whipped that towel, and they flew off onto the ground, and I wrapped that towel around me and ran out of the tent. So I'm like, all I got on is like my bag's still in there. I run out and I'm like, I'm yelling, there's a spider in there. Of course, I'm in the army, it's grown ass men, and they're like, quit being a bitch, step on it. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess I could do that. One guy's like, dude, you have a gun. Why are you running from a spider? I started laughing. He laughed, I laughed. It was a great time. I did not shoot the spider. I did not go back in there. But it was a funny story. Another guy, unfortunately, got in his Humvee and was bitten on his back. A spider bit him on his back. Camel spider bit him on his back. And he ended up having to have surgery. It was crazy. He had this big old gaping hole in his back, and he was like, I don't know what this is from. And the doc was like, you don't really get surgeries out there. He had to get surgery when he got back to the rear, but the doc that looked at him was like, that's a camel spider bite, bro. You have been bitten. And we were all like, ugh, gross, you got the cooties, you got it on you. That's disgusting. It is terrifying, dude. Those things are like when we first got there, dude, like you see pictures of them on the internet and you're like, oh man, that's terrifying. Well, we pulled up, they had bunkers, right? Because they had like, I don't know how to explain it. They're like concrete bunkers out in the middle of the desert, and we stopped there. There's nothing in there. All the equipment was gone or destroyed or whatever. used 700 years ago when Saddam actually had power. I don't know, but we pulled up to these bunkers, and our job was to go through these bunkers and make sure they were clear. So we pulled up to these bunkers, and they're like, it's like a triangle with the top cut off. So it's like almost like a ziggurat, but I don't know how to explain it. It's flat on top. It's a pyramid with the top cut off. You could literally walk up the side of it and stand on top, and we did. We set up guard posts up there, but when we pulled up, we saw what we thought was movement on top of these bunkers, and there was like several. I would say there's like 6 or 7 of these bunkers, all in different sizes. And we pulled up and we saw movement, and people were on the radio talking about it. That they saw movement, and in that situation, you have to remember this is combat, so we're looking at it like, oh, wait, hold on, you saw movement, like that's not cool. That's not what you want. That's not what you want to hear over the radio, because that means we're probably about to make contact. And so a couple were tasked with clearing. There were a couple teams, not like Navy SEAL teams. Like, these are just, I don't know how to explain it, but quick reaction force, QRF kind of deal. And that's their job. That's what they're trained to do, is go assess a threat or neutralize it. And so they did. And they get on the radio and they're like, it's spiders. There's spiders up here. And we're like, what? Like, you hear people like, come back again, say it again, whatever. Say again your last over. And they're like, there's spiders up here. There were fucking camel spiders the size of lobsters on top of these bunkers and inside these bunkers. And what we were seeing was them skittering around on top of these bunkers. And so, yeah, we slept in those bunkers. We had to. We didn't have a choice. But I'll tell you what, there wasn't a single fucking spider in there. We took care of that shit quick. Yeah. You don't have a choice, dude. In the military, you don't have a choice. They tell you what to do, and you're like, all right, make it happen. Find a way. Figure it out. It's not like, well, I don't want to do that. That's not going to happen. Recon teams? Nah, like, I mean, we had recon scouts with us, but these are like quick reaction force. So these are people that can break off from the unit. In our situation, it was people that could break off from the unit and go assess a threat. Or like, if we were, because you have to understand at that time, this was initial invasion. I was in the second convoy to cross the border into Iraq during the initial invasion. So what they're doing is, basically, like, we would be going through these towns, right? They're basically ghost towns, and there would be like a tall building. Well, we'd have to send a QRF into there to clear that building before we could drive vehicles through there to neutralize, clear that building, make sure it's clear. And so we called it quick reaction force, QRF. And so they'd send QRF into there to neutralize it. I don't know who was assigned to that. You got to understand also that this was 4th Infantry Division that I was rolling with into Iraq. If you want to look up my unit, you can look it up. I'll give you the unit. Should I give you this? Should I tell you this information? You can look up 1st BCT Raider Brigade, 2003 Iraq. I'll give you that much. So just do 1 BCT Raider Brigade, 2003 Iraq. And I was with the 4th Infantry Division. So you can look up 4th Infantry Division, 1st BCT Raider Brigade. We were attached to 1st BCT supporting them. So anyways, so like during that time, we were going through Iraq, and we were going to different towns, and we had different missions along the way. On our way to Crete is where we were headed. And yeah, that's my story. That's my combat stories. So not necessarily recon teams, to answer your question, Nate. A little bit different. Okay, so what I wanted to do here, I think we've got, if I'm not mistaken, we should... Is this a tier 3? Yeah, it's a Mark 3. So this belt right here should be pushing 270, which is what we need to feed. Those are Mark II miners on normal nodes, so we should be pushing... It's... No, not BTC, not like Bitcoin. Basic Combat Team. It's BCT. Bravo Charlie Tango. I think it stands for Basic Combat Team. Can't remember. Brigade Combat Team? Fuck, I don't know. I just know BCT. I know acronyms better than I know what they stand for. Not Bridge. It's not Bridge Combat Team. Brigade Combat Team? Probably Brigade Combat Team. I would say Brigade. I don't know what it stood for. I just know it was 1st BCT, 4th Infantry Division. So you can look that up. Basic Combat Team. That's what I was saying. 120. So we're... How is that fucking possible, dude? We're only pushing 240. All right, we got to go get the... we got to go get the things, but that's lined up. So we should have doubled our power there. Basic Combat Team. I never knew what that stood for. I just knew that I was supporting 1st BCT. I'm not going to give you the unit I was in, but I was in the 4th Infantry Division. Okay, it's lining up. Those are done. These actually we have to boost these. It's not getting enough water. All right, let's go get power shards. I googled on Google. It said Brigade Combat Team. It probably is Brigade Combat Team because it represents 1st Raider Brigade, 1st BCT Raider Brigade. Which I don't know that any of these things are the same anymore. This is over. You got to think this is over 20 years ago. 20. My God, I was in Iraq 22 years ago. 20. Is that right? 22 years? Shit, I'm old, man. Brigade Combat Team. That sounds right, Jeremy. That's probably right. So, like I said, when you look that up and you find out what they did, I wasn't the guy. I supported the guys. So keep that in mind. I don't want you thinking like, oh my God. No, dude. I was a phone operator. Time flies when you're having fun, yeah. For sure. Those are good times. I mean, I always tell people Iraq was the best and worst time of my life. Really. My Army career was the best and worst time of my life all at the same time. The 2 Freedom missions in Red Dawn 22 years ago. I don't know about... Nah, I'm with the guy, dude. I wish I was the guy. I wasn't the guy. Basically, Raider Brigade, 1st BCT caught Saddam. They caught Saddam. I wasn't even in country when they did it. So, you can't... I wasn't the guy. But those guys were serious. They were all about business. And those were the teams that I supported. Greatest honor of my life. They did a bunch of cool shit, dude. Supporting those guys, like my unit was in the palace. They were in Tikrit, in the palace playing Xbox, and I was out doing the shit because I volunteered. So now I tell people, that if they're going to the army, I'm like, fucking volunteer. Don't listen to what they say. Volunteer. Put your hand up. Do the PT. Do the work. Put in the work. And you got experiences for a lifetime, Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. All right, we gotta max these out. These are 3 at 270. And we should be up at 5,000. We should be at 5,000 before long. Kind of cool stories. I don't care if you guys know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. You can probably find me somewhere. 2730. Is that right? Yeah, 2,700. So we're doing good for a while. We'll be doing good for a while. Jeremy, in your mind, I can be the guy, but I wasn't the guy. I'm just telling you, dude. I don't want credit for that. It wasn't me. But I heard about it after the fact, and I was like, you're shitting me. I got information. It almost was like on the news immediately, so it's not like I got information ahead of time, but I was like, no fucking way. No way. Yep. And I couldn't believe it was my guys. I was so damn proud of them. He says, all right. All right. I'm not kidding you, dude. All I was a glorified phone operator. Like, I've got coins, like challenge coins. I got a ton of awards. If Google has records of it, it'll be declassified. What do you mean? Yeah, it's not classified. It's not classified. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't there. I wasn't in it, so you're not going to see me in it. I'm not saying I was in it. Like I said, the only thing that I did that I'll take credit for is satellite uplinks. Those guys needed information, and I made sure they got it. And I made sure that it was stable, that it didn't go down. That was my job. Not during that mission. That was just my unit. That makes sense? I just want to be clear about that because people are like, what? No. Listen to me. Listen. Look at Linda. Look at. That wasn't me. But I was there like a month before. Like it wasn't like, what do you call it? That's what blew my mind because I was like, dude, it could have been me. I was in Germany. I got medevaced. I was injured in combat, so I got medevaced. But if that hadn't happened, I would have probably been with those guys. At least, I'll say that I would have been supporting those guys. I wouldn't have been boots on the ground. I would have been in a truck somewhere with a screen in front of me doing that. Yeah, no, I can talk about it freely. I can talk about it freely. What I hate is when people misrepresent stuff. That's like a pet peeve of mine, especially people in the military. Because you talk to people and every fucking buddy and their brother was a Navy SEAL or, an Air Force Ranger Admiral, whatever. And I'm like, you're full of shit. Your military service is something to be proud of, regardless of what you did. You went in the military, you volunteered, you did it. You did the damn thing, Like, be proud of what you did. You don't need to, fluff it up to be something you're not, Just be proud of it, I'm damn proud of those guys. I wish I was boots on the ground. I wish I had nuts as big as those guys, and I could have gone through the training that they went through, and I could have done their job. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't hack it. That's not the cloth I was made from. So I did what I did. So um so yeah. Okay, let's go get some beams. That's what I was about to do. I was gonna go look at steel. That's why I went over there a minute ago. And you guys got me distracted telling war stories. What other war stories do I have? I got cool shit. So this wasn't a war story. I can give you a basic training story. I went to basic training. My drill sergeant was on the U.S. Taekwondo team back in the day. His name was Drill Sergeant Lucas. You can probably look him up. I don't know what his first name was. But he would have been on the Taekwondo team before 1999. Right? No. Before 2000. I would say before 2000. So, anyways, I have this nervous habit of smiling. So when I'm nervous, I smile. 30 steel ingots. This is making 45. We're going to leave it how it is. I have this nervous habit of smiling. Well, when you first join the military, that'll get you in trouble. And so they would say, when I got there, they were like, what, my name tag's, it's on my shirt, so they're like, my last name's Cheek. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you guys know. My last name's Cheek. So they'd be like, Cheek, the fuck are you smiling at? Nothing, drill sergeant. Nothing, drill sergeant. Drop and give me 20, do push-ups. So I was like, all right, fuck it. So I did push-ups. Well, I got to the point where I could do so many push-ups that it was like, I was like, like I did 116 on a PT test one time because I was getting in trouble so much that I was like, push-ups ain't shit. Mind you, it's 20 years ago. And so, we need beams. That's what I went over there to get too. So we can reload this because we can finish phase 2 while we're talking. So, anyway, do push-ups. Well, what ended up happening is I was a pretty good dude, and I did what I was told. And so they made me PG, which was like platoon guide, right? And that meant that I was responsible for my platoon and everyone underneath me. Call it a kiss ass if you want to. That wasn't my intention. I just did what I was fucking told, And so Drill Sergeant Lucas made me PG, platoon guide. And so what would happen is in the mornings, I would get everyone lined up, and then the drill sergeant would come out, and I would, drill sergeant, 3rd platoon, ready, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And so that's what I would do. And so, and then I would fall in with the rest of them, my place in line. Where are these beams? Are they supposed to be right here? Yeah, they're supposed to be right here. And so, anyways, time goes on. Every time, like, he would be like, drop and give me 20. I'd be like, fuck. And he'd be like, give me 20 more because you cussed. So I was doing push-ups out the nose. And he thought it was so funny. Well, one time, I went off post. I was allowed to go on weekend. And I went to the mall to get some things, get some underwear and things. And I went into the store. And there was this good-looking Asian chick there. And so I kind of like, hit on her. And she's like, I'm so sorry, but I'm married. My husband works on post. And I was like, okay, no problem. Damn, that. At least I didn't get just turned down flat. It was like, I'm married. So, like, in my mind, I was like, so you're saying there would have been a chance. And so I went about my business. And, sorry, I'm looking at what we need to do. We really need more steel, but we're not going to be able to get there yet. We're going to have to kind of pump the brakes on that. Research-wise, I'll finish my story in just a second. Quick wire, alternate iron pipe. I wish this was iron. I wish this was beams. That's not molded steel pipe. Want. Let's get another hard drive and throw it in there. And so anyways, I go back on post and don't think anything of it. Got my shopping out of the way. I go back on post. And generally what we would do is on the weekends, we would go, get our uniform dry clean, get our boots shined, get all that shit done. And then Monday we would show up for formation, pressed and dressed and ready to rock and roll. So I show up. We did PT. Nothing happened. I show up for first formation and got my boots shine. My uniform is just crispy and, ready to go. And I, handed the platoon off and I go fall in and then I hear Drill Sergeant Lucas. And it was, at the time I think I was a PSC and it was PSC cheek, front and center. Who drill sergeant, moving drill sergeant. So I run up there, stand at attention and salute and then parade rest. And I go to the parade rest and he just, tells me to stand next to him. So I stand next to him. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. That's not normal for them to call, somebody up there. And so I'm like, okay, let's see what's going on here. And so he's like, specialist, or maybe I was a specialist at the time. I can't remember. But I know I was in trouble. And he's like, let me tell you guys a story and what not to do on the weekend. So he tells everyone, that, PFC cheek, specialist cheek. I think I was a specialist at the time. I think I was an E4 at the time because I'd already been in for like a year and a half. And no, I was definitely an E4. So he's like, specialist cheek thinks it's okay to go out in the community and hit on civilians. Like, you don't have time for women. And he's like just tearing me to pieces, right? And he's like, to make this worse, of all the women that are out there, Specialist Cheek decides to hit on my wife. And I'm like, are you shitting me? There's no way this guy is married to the one chick that I ran into almost. This guy who's got it in for me. And so I immediately, I'm like ready to throw up because I'm like, you got to be shitting me. I'm never going to hear the end of this. And I didn't know ahead of this. And so, yeah, so he's like, telling everyone that he hit on my wife and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, just so you all know, my wife works at Structure in the mall, which is like a clothing store. And, tells them everything. And then he proceeds to tell me, like, you're on duty. You're on duty. You're mine, which means, like, I can't do nothing. And so he makes me do all these push-ups, and he smokes me and sprays me with the water hose, and I was out in the quad, all this kind of just smokes the living crap out of me. And we were by ourselves for a little while, and we were by ourselves for a little while, and God, I'm about to lose my flipping mind with this iPad. Give me just a second. It just reset it again. And so anyways, we're by ourselves, and I said, hey, Drill Sergeant, I permission to speak. And he's like, yeah, permission granted. And I said, I'm so sorry. I had meant no ill intention. Like, she's a good-looking woman, and I had no idea if I had known. And she's wearing a wedding ring, but I didn't even, think to look at that. And I told him I'm sorry. And, he's like, you're a complete and total freaking dumbass. I get it. You're just trying to get it wet, but I mean, you need to be a little bit more careful than that. I'm trying to teach you a lesson. And I was like, Drill Sergeant. So he smokes the shit out of me. Well, from that moment on, I was like his favorite. And I knew it, but he was so freaking hard on me. So we had a 3-day weekend, all that to frame up this next story. So we had a 3-day weekend, and everyone was getting to go on this 3-day weekend. And he basically comes to me and he says, Specialist Cheek, I got a proposition for you. I'm Drill Sergeant. What's the proposition? We had to clean our barracks and everything. What's the proposition? He puts a can on top of a wall locker, which is like a wardrobe. It's probably like, I don't know, 6.5 foot tall, something like that. We put all our clothes in there, and our boots would be at the bottom. It had a little 2 drawers. You put your underwear and socks and stuff in there, but it's just a big closet that's not attached to the wall. Anyways, he put the can on top of there. And he tells me, if you can kick that can off the top of that wall locker, I'll give you a 4-day weekend. I'll give you an extra day on your 4-day weekend. And so I said, okay, fine. And you're taught in the Army to use your resources, situational awareness. And so I'm thinking, okay, I got this. So what did I do? Climbed to the top of the bunk bed. I jumped off the bunk bed and kicked that can. I landed flat on my back on the floor. But I kicked that fucking can off the wall locker. Drill Sergeant says, roll over and grab some real estate. Do push-ups. I'm like, what the hell did I do? So I'm doing push-ups. And he's like, you cheated, Cheek. You're a cheater. I don't like cheaters. I'm like,
Fuck, I can't win. He's like, you know what? As a matter of fact, because you cheated instead of using integrity and doing it the right way, I'm taking your whole 3-day weekend away. Now you're gonna be on You're gonna be on CQ. You're on duty. I'm like, son of a bitch. So, anyway, so I go on CQ. He was on CQ. And come to find out, he was going to put me on duty anyway. That's what he came in there to tell me. But he knew I wasn't going to be able to kick that can off the wall locker. But this motherfucker put the can back up on the wall locker. And I'm not kidding you. His left foot didn't leave the ground. And he kicked that can off the wall locker and then put his foot back on the ground and just stared at me like just showing me that he could do it. And I'm like, that's when he was like, I was on the U.S. Taekwondo team, Cheek. I'm like, son of a bitch. Okay, well, I can't win. So then he did tell me, this is the last part of the story, and then I'll move on. He did tell me, before you leave AIT, which is Advanced Individual Training, that's what it used to be called. I don't know if it's still called that. He's like, I'm going to whoop your ass before you leave. And I was like, really? Really? Like, you're really going to, or he said, I'm going to put you down. I'm going to put you down before you leave. So I said, whatever. Last day, we had a day room, and there was a pool table in there. And he gathered the whole platoon in there. And then he calls me, man, catch a break, please. Yeah, no shit. This was my experience. And my AIT was one of the longest in the military. I had to be there, I think, a little over a year because of my job, because it was so technically demanding. But it was Fort Gordon, Georgia. Anyways, pulls everyone in there, calls me up to the front. We got our bags. We're ready to leave. Cheek front and center. So I go front and center. And he says, I promised you before you left here, I was going to put you down. And I was like, all right. So he takes his rank off of his collar, which was just pin on rank at the time. Takes it off, puts it on the table, tucks his collar in. And he says, tuck your collar in. So I tuck my collar in. It has my rank sewn to it. And, he grabbed, before I could say anything, he grabbed me, flipped me up in the air somehow, and had me on the pool table. And he had me in an arm bar on the pool table. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? And so he said, I told you, I kept my promise. Now get out of my face. And he let me go, and I left. And I was going to South Korea for my first duty station. A couple weeks later, I'd gone home for leave. I go to get on the plane. I get on the plane, and I'm flying home, and I'm waiting on people to board the plane. I'm sitting on the plane, and I look up, and here comes Drill Sergeant Lucas walking down the middle of the plane towards me. And I'm like, what is this motherfucker doing on a plane? Walks right to me, sits down in the seat next to me, and shows me his ticket. He had the ticket next to me. I said, where are you going? And he said, where are you going, Drill Sergeant? And I said, where are you going, Drill Sergeant? He wasn't in uniform. We weren't in uniform. We were flying civilian. And he's like, I'm going to South Korea. I'm like, son of a bitch. I can't get rid of this guy. He ended up going to the same fucking unit that I was going to. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, he liked me. It was just kind of like friendly banter, but it was like, in that situation, we couldn't be like, buddy elbows, whatever. I didn't give up. I was like, I wasn't going to give up. He smoked the shit out of me. He killed my morale. He, did everything he could to break me, and I just wouldn't break. I just thought, I'm not quitting. I didn't come this far to quit. I just couldn't. I got to figure this out. This is a problem, I think. We got to figure out why this is going slower. And so, anyway, long story short, I had fucking terrible luck as far as that goes. But there you go. Those are some military stories for you. Mark II, Mark III. Did you ever witness Black Hawk pilots blow over porta toilets? Not on purpose. We had porta toilets. So they had porta toilets in Kuwait, where I was at, in the middle of Iraq. We didn't have that. You shit in a hole. When I got there, we didn't have. You got to understand, there were no units there when we went into Iraq. We were the first ones in to cross what we called the berm. It's when you come across from Kuwait, there's a big ass like dirt berm, security. I don't know how to explain it, but we called it the berm. And we were the first convoy to come across there. Third ID had already been in Iraq, and they were blazing through Iraq and down Highway 1, Highway of Death. And we came in right behind Third ID. And so we didn't have any infrastructure. I will say, though, that, like, I did see, like, when we did get some infrastructure, I saw a Chinook land. You can look up a Chinook if you want to. A Chinook came in and landed. And when it landed, it's what's that called? Rotor wash, I guess. The downward force of the wind blows out like this. So a lot of times when you see it land, you'll see the dust come up like this. When it came down, it did that. And I saw a porta potty blow over, but that was the only time, and it wasn't intentional, and nobody was in it. Why? What did you hear about that? This should be 120. I'm just trying to see why this isn't going at 120. I feel like we missed something somewhere. Chinook's a double-bladed helicopter, basically, like a heavy lift. God freaking dang it. All right, we'll go to this end. I got to get up there and delete all that stuff anyway. Why are you, Nate, why are you asking that? What did you hear about that? We had to dig, where I was at, they would have engineers dig big holes with, like, they had like a backhoe or like a bulldozer. They would dig a big hole and put basically a porta shitter on top of it. And you would kind of walk the plank out to it and do your business, and it would drop down in that hole. Or we had these other deals that had barrels underneath them. And you would basically go in there and do your business. And these barrels, there was hatches in the back. You'd pull these barrels out, and we had to burn. You'd be on what we call burn duty. And you'd have to go put diesel in there and stir it and burn it until it was nothing. And then dump the ashes in a hole in the desert or something. Just depending on where we were at. Okay, that's a Mark III belt. That is a Mark III. That's a Mark III. And this should be a Mark II. God bless it. Yeah, that's a Mark II. So we should be getting 120 there. Let's go up here and look. I'm curious about that. One time I got to go, I think I was in Kuwait actually, and I didn't get to shave every day because we just had, when we got there, we had limited water. See, that's even a Mark, that's a Mark II. And soldiers will crawl out covered in blue sauce and all the rest of the crap. Nope. I can't say that occurred or that I ever witnessed that. These are Mark III, so that's good. But then again, I was pretty busy when I was over there, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But I didn't get to shave. When we got there, so they sent a bunch of water with the Air Force, and apparently they set it out in the middle of the desert. Well, back then BPAs were a thing where plastic would leach into the water. Plastic bottles would leach into the water, and it'd make you sick. You'd get the squirts real bad, which dehydrated you worse. So when they received all this water, they pulled it off the planes and stuck it out in the desert, and then it was undrinkable. So I don't know what they did with it, but I didn't get any. I think they let people have it for like shaving and, showering and stuff. I don't know. Washing. I didn't get any of that. And so I didn't get to shave or shower for probably, I'd say 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I didn't get to do anything. I did take baby wipes with me, and every now and then I would take like a bitch bath, a whore bath, as we called it. But I got to this one location and they had a water buffalo, which is a big water trailer, and they would put water in it and then add tablets to like clean the water. Oh, freaking hell. Cry me a fucking river, dude. Come on. Are you shitting me right now? Okay, so this is there we go. That was an issue. That was an issue. Real quick. We weren't getting 120, we were getting 60 because of that. So let's check this. Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3. So that's a Mark 2. So we should start seeing better throughput. Yeah, we're already seeing better throughput. There we go. All right, that resolved that issue. Let's go this way, and we'll delete all this. Anyways, yeah, like iodine tablets, kind of. Exactly. And so, anyways, when we got there, we had water for the first time, and so I was able to shave. And I remember shaving and being like clean shaven. Like, I know you can't imagine this clean shaven, but I shaved everything, and my face was all cleaned up, And there was like there was no barbers there, but one of the other soldiers was like, "Hey, I'll cut your hair if you want." And I was like, "Yeah, fucking cut my hair." So it was like a real quick deal. And so I felt like $1,000,000, and I was like up against my truck. I had my shirt off, and I was like, it was hot outside, but I was like just enjoying like being clean for a second. And this fucking Black Hawk lands, and I had just doused my face with water, like dumped some water on my face, probably over enjoying it. This Black Hawk lands, and all this dust comes up, and it just stuck to me, and I was like, this sucks. It's fucking terrible. It was like a true FML moment. I was like, what have you done to yourself? What have you become? Oh, freaking hell. That was stupid. God dang, dude. I got stories for days, man. The thing is, like, I always, like, people are like, man, I don't have any military stories. I'm like, I don't know how. I mean, everyone's got, like, their drinking stories. Well, this one time I was in the military and I'm drinking, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, everyone has those stories. But the stories about, like, crazy stuff, people don't have those stories. I try and tell people, like, you have one life to live. You don't get to do it twice. No exceptions. You got one life to live, right? And you can always tell yourself, well, there'll always be time for that. Or I'll always have a chance to do that. How do you know? How do you know? Do you think that I would have the stories, like, about my drill sergeant hazing me? You know what I'm saying? Like, damn it, I just jumped up. That was stupid. If I didn't go all the way, if I didn't like push hard so that he recognized me and he liked me, would I have these great stories that are going to last me a lifetime? No, I wouldn't have them. I would just be another person in the platoon that was following orders, that didn't stand out, that didn't do anything. And that just doesn't, I don't know, just doesn't make sense to me. Like when I went to Iraq, that's where my mentality was like, I'm going to volunteer. I want to get in trouble. I trained for this. I want to see combat. I want to use my training. I want to be a contributor to what I'm doing. Does that make sense? And that's where all these stories come from. And I love it. I love the fact that I'm able to tell people stories. Time is it? 3:30? crazy story. That same drill sergeant, I was not doing well in my PT test, and he made fun of me, like, for a long time. And I got mad, and I was like, hey, you know, instead of making fun of me, why don't you freaking help me? Of course, he smoked me because when I say smoked me, that means he made me do push-ups and made me basically work out till I wanted to puke because I disrespected him. But the next PT test that I had, he showed up to, and he was wearing a rucksack. And I was like, why are you wearing a rucksack? Like, he was in PTs, but he was wearing a rucksack. And I was like, what are you doing? Why are you here? And he was like, Cheek, you're not failing this PT test. He didn't cuss. This dude was a very Christian man. Like, he did not cuss. That's why he made me do so many push-ups. You're not failing this test. And I was like, I might, drill sergeant. I might. I don't know. I'm not feeling good about it. He was like, no, you're not understanding me. I'm doing it with you. You're not failing this PT test. And I was like, what? What do you mean you're doing this with me? That son of a gun ran the PT test with me. He freaking he ran behind me the whole time yelling at me. Just yelling at me. If I catch you, I'm going to kick your ass. I was scared to death. I ran 2 miles in 10.5 minutes. That's how scared I was. I ran full sprint the entire time, and I was throwing up at the end. But I passed that PT test with flying colors. It was the only PT test that I ever maxed out in the Army. Because he was chasing me, and I was scared to death. You're going to pass this? I'll never forget it. And I would look back and see him running after me. I knew he could run so much faster than me, but he stayed behind me just to yell at me, just to keep me running forward, keep me moving forward. Okay, we fixed this. I think we fixed this issue. Yeah, we fixed the throughput issue. We had a Mark 1 lift in place, so that's fixed. I hope my stories are entertaining. All right, next on the list. What do we get? Can we get something good, please? Some of these are good recipes. They're not going to help us right now. Iodine tablets. I'm checking the other chats to make sure I don't need to moderate anything. I've been listening. I love it. Well, thank you. It's good stories. You got to understand, I'm an absolute crackhead too. Like I was built for the Army. I was built for it. The reason I got out of the military, I started having real bad dreams after combat, and I had some side effects, like just couldn't sleep and shit like that. So it wasn't the best thing for me to stay in the military. So I went ahead and separated early under medical reasons. And so anyways, but I missed it, and I was built for it, and it was awesome. And I get around Army people, and we start telling stories, and even Army people are like, dude, your stories are crazy. Freaking crazy. When I was in Korea, this is an Army-ish story. I'm just checking this stuff real quick. We need more beams. What's the holdup over here? Cable? Oh, wait, no, those are done. This is the holdup over here. Are these moving out? What are you doing, dude? Why are you going so slow? They're not stacked up. Okay. Anyways, all right. So when I was in South Korea, So my first duty station, I get over there and I spent 4 years. My first time in Korea, I spent 2 years. The second time, I spent 2 years, and I learned a little bit of Korean, enough to get me in trouble, right? And so one thing about Koreans, especially the old men, is they smoke cigarettes and they love their cigarettes, especially American cigarettes. So if you want to negotiate with a Korean, I would always go get a package of. I didn't smoke, but I would go buy a pack of cigarettes and I would keep it on me so that when I went out in the bill or out in the city, I could use that as a bargaining chip. I well, uh, so that's pretty smart, right? So I learned how to tell a cab driver, where to go, and in terms of like, um, Yogyo Sewo Juseo means stop here, please. Winchok Kajuseo means go left. Orangeok means go right. Tokparo Kajuseo, go right. Stuff like that. So I could tell them like where to go, and I could say like, Wijambu Kajuseo means take me to Wijambu, and I would be able to give them directions ish to where exactly I wanted them to park or where I wanted them to go, and so GIs that were in the army with me would typically come around and say, "Hey, we want to go out drinking. Where's a good place to go?" And so I would tell them, and they'd say, "Hey, do you want to go with us? We'll buy your first drink or whatever." And so I'd say, "Okay, cool." And so I would go and translate for them. And also, they would take me so I could hit on the girls for them. Like I was the same age as them, but they'd be like, "Hey, go," and then they would be like, "Hey, go tell this girl. That girl's pretty cute. Go talk to her for me." And I'd go over there and talk to them, and in Korean. And so, anyways, long story short, one of these times, these guys came and got me, and they were like, "Hey, do you mind translating for us? We need to take a taxi." They were building computers, and they wanted to go to the electronics district in Seoul. And I was like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." So we get in the taxi, and these guys again love their cigarettes, right? And so I get in the taxi, and I said, "Areshi." And so the old man looks at me, and I said, "Tambe juseo," means, "Areshi, give me a cigarette, please." And so he hands me a cigarette, and I rolled the window down, and I threw it out the window. And so the old man starts cussing me in Korean. Ah, shibalo, sheepseki, oh, which means like, you MFer, you son of a, you know. And so I start laughing. I'm laughing so hard, and we're in the middle of the highway. He slams on the brakes in the middle of the highway, and I'm thinking, this dude's gonna kill us because I threw a cigarette out the window. So I told him like, I'm sorry, and I can't remember what the word for sorry is, but anyways, I told him I'm sorry, and so he's like, okay. So I was like, take us, Kajuseo, let's go. So we get to going again, and we go for a little while, and I said, Arashi, and he looks at me with this look like, don't you do it, you son of a bitch. And I said, Dambe Juseo. And he pulls one out, and he's like looking at me like holding it. He's saying, I don't even know what he was saying, but he hands it to me. I roll the window down and threw it out the window again. And the guys in the back are like, at this point, the GIs are cussing me because they're like, God dang it, quit messing with him. Like, get us to where we're going. We need to go get our computers built. Well, he pulls over on the side of the highway and kicks us out of the cab. So now we're on the side of this highway in Seoul, South Korea. And all these GIs are cussing me. And I just can't stop laughing. I'm just dying. Like, I can't believe that just happened. So I flag down another taxi. We get in the taxi and we go. And I told the guys, like, I'll buy your supper. I'll buy supper. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I don't know. I just wanted to mess with him. And so then they start laughing, and they're like all on board. And they're like, what did you tell him? And so I told him like everything that I did. And the GIs were like, oh my God, dude, are you serious? Why would you mess with him? That dude, no, he could be like a Korean serial killer or something. I was like, he's not, So then we get back to the barracks, and it was like a week later, and I have even more people coming up to me saying, "Hey, bro, we need to link up. I heard about what you did with the Odyssey. I want to go in a taxi with you. I'll buy all your drinks." And I was like, "No, no, I'm good. I better not go." Like me and free alcohol back in the day was like not a good thing. So I kind of toned it down after that because I was like, I'm gonna get somebody in trouble or get somebody hurt. But I did give him. I gave the Odyssey, like I had that package of cigarettes, and I gave him 2 American cigarettes before he like peeled off and took off. I was gonna do it anyway. I just didn't. So then I finally had the chance, and anyways, I thought it was super funny, but whatever. Okay, what do I need to be doing? I'm trying to figure out what to do here. I'm running in circles. I need tier 2, but I don't. I'm like 700 away from finishing that. Yeah, this was 20 years ago, and I was trolling the cab driver. It was so fun. I guess the funniest part was that I did it in his own language. To this day, I meet people, and I'm like, "Yeah, I speak some Korean," and they're like, "What? Really?" Yep. I got slapped one time. This guy was like, "Hey, go hit on this girl." And the way that they hit back then it was different, but I talked to a Katusa, which was a Korean national that was working with us, and I was like, "Hey, what do I say to a girl? Like, if you want to talk to her, what do you say?" And he's like, "Tell her she's your angel." And I was like, that's kind of weird to start off with, like walk up to someone and be like, "Hey, you're my angel." It's kind of weird, but that's, I guess, pretty normal there, or it was normal. And so I was like, all right, bet. I'll do it. So I was with this group of guys in there. That is the craziest story I've ever heard. that's not even that's not even one of my crazier stories, dude. So we're sitting in this bar and we're having fun and they're all dancing and you would drink a little bit, then you get up and dance and you drink a little bit, and that's like, that's what we used to do. It wasn't just like, just drinking. We'd have a good old time. It didn't matter if we looked stupid. It was like, we're having fun. We work our asses off during the week. Let's have some fun. And so, hold on. I'm trying to look here. What's the next to unlock? I was trying to figure out the next. I need to get some tickets to unlock some architecture. So that's what we're going to focus on. We need to be able to sloop, which means we need this stuff, and we can't do it yet. We're not going to be able to do it yet. We don't have that unlocked until phase 2. Damn it. Okay. Can I get some freaking good recipes, please? I'm running out of hard drives. So anyways, we're in this bar and they're like, "Go talk to that girl." And I'm like, "Yeah, she's pretty cute. I should go talk to her." Korean girl. And so I walk over to her thinking I'm all cool, and bought her a drink and handed her her drink, and I had my drink, and I, said, "Año," which means hello. And she's like, "Año." I said, "Noni nai jonza." I think that's, if I said it right. And she slapped the fire out. I mean, she just slapped the shit out of me. Knocked the beer out of my hand. I was like, what the hell? What did I say? So the Katusa was there with us, and I went over there. He's like, what happened? And so I said, I told her what you told me. Nona na ijonsa. And he said, no, 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 no. You just told her, I am your warrior, or you are my warrior. And she treated you like it. She slapped the shit out of you. And I was like, that's what you told me to tell her. And he's like, no, I told you, chunsa. Nona not you chunsa. You are my angel. I was like, dude, these words are too fucking close together. I can't do this. So I made him go over there. And tell her what I meant to say. So he goes over there and says, whatever he says. And then she starts laughing. Ah, then she comes over and she's like, I speak English. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I could have just spoke English to you. and avoided getting the piss slapped out of me. I was like, okay, well, whatever. It worked out well. It worked out okay. I got the same result that I was looking for, so not a big deal. But I was like, fuck this. I'm just going to start asking, do you speak English? Before, I start hitting on women. Okay. I had to plug my iPad back in. I forgot to plug it in earlier. So, I'm kind of at a standstill. Let's look at what we've got available to us. Okay, these have dimensional depots built into them. This guy Yaquez, Yakez, if you want to look him up, he's on YouTube. I paid for his Patreon, and that's how I got these blueprints. So I use the shit out of these. And what they are, they're an all-in-one building. I'll show you. They're an all-in-one building, and you basically just build the damn thing and hook up the resources, and it outputs everything, and it has dimensional depots. Problem is, all of this shit that's down there you have to make. So I don't have AI limiters. I don't have 120 fluctuators. I don't have 12 Mercer spheres. Like a bunch of that shit I don't have. And he's got 2 versions of everything. So like this one has the outside of the building. And I really like these blueprints. So I was kind of wanting to use them because I can set this up. So essentially, hold on a minute. This is the steel one. This is the one I want to set up. Because this will like way out increase my steel output. This might actually be doable. But 3,000 steel beams? Not sure if we can come up with 3,000 steel beams. AI limiters. All right. I know what we can do. Let's go get some Caterium. Let's get some Caterium. We need wait. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Let's go get some Caterium. We'll try and work through the Caterium line a little bit and do some unlocks for Caterium. We're gonna need AI limiters. We're gonna need some stuff to get our factories going. Yeah, I got tons of stories, man. I was in the Army for 8 years. I was in South Korea for 4. I was deployed for a little over 8 months, I think, to Iraq. Lots of stuff happened. I think a lot of people don't want to share stories from their military experience. I'm not, I don't know. To be fair, I don't know why people don't share more about their military service. I was in the Navy for 8 years. Really? I thought you were like 14, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome. One of the cool things that happened, we didn't get smoked. We got beat. If Nate's still around, he'll like this story. We had fire pits. So when we set up a camp or set up a top, whatever you call it, like we would set up a camp. We just called it a camp. So it'd be like a forward operating base in the middle of the desert, whatever. My drill sergeant in boot camp beat me because I never got in trouble. So it's the exact opposite of me. Like I didn't. It was weird. Like that's kind of the same thing. It was like I didn't do anything wrong, so I got smoked more than anyone. It was weird. But we had these camps, and we went to a place called Taji Airfield, and you can look that up. It's a real place. Taji Airfield. And they had these bunkers that were kind of underground, so they had these like it looked like just a field, and we were like, "What the hell are we doing here?" And then there was doors like that we could go downstairs into these bunkers. So we went down into one, and they had these anti-aircraft rounds, right? These big ass rounds. And so I loaded a couple boxes into my Humvee at the time, because I mean, we're in Iraq. I was like, fuck it, I'll have some fun in the desert. And so I loaded up a couple boxes of these things, and they were tracer rounds, so they had phosphorus, magnesium in the tip. I can't remember, but it was flammable. Probably magnesium. I think there were magnesium tips. Anyways, oh shit, we got to come back. Anyways, so what I did is I took one of those water bottles, which was like about this tall. It was like pretty tall water bottle, like almost a 2 liter of water. And I was sitting there talking to a guy, and I had my pocket knife, and or my multi-tool, and I was twisting the top off of the rounds, and I was putting the powder in one water bottle and the magnesium in another water bottle, and I was cleaning these rounds out. I have no idea why. I was just thinking like, maybe I could do something cool and like blow some shit up in the middle of the desert. I don't know. And so I started doing this. Well, I got called to a meeting. MEGAFACTOry before stage 2 and using portable miners is diabolical. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're getting at. What you're hinting at. The level of patience is something I wish I had. It'll be fine. It'll pay off in the long run. I ain't worried about it. I'm just fucking around, man. Just playing. So I'm sitting on this chair, and I'm taking these rounds apart, and I get this soldier comes around. At the time, I was at E4, and this soldier comes around. He's like, "Hey, Specialist Chief, they need you at the top." And I'm like, "All right, cool." So I slid everything under my chair, put my multi-tool away, put those rounds under the seat in my Humvee, and I go to this meeting. And we're all standing around, and at the time I was dipping, I put a big old dip in. We're all standing around talking, and they're talking about this thing that we're going to do tomorrow, this next mission kind of thing that we're doing. And all of a sudden we hear boom, and I see a mushroom cloud on the other side of camp come up, and I'm like, oh shit, we're taking rounds, we're under attack. Like everyone scrambles. I've got my rifle, so we lock and load, and we're already in uniform, so I lock and load, and we're in it. And so we're looking, and we're like, where's it coming from? We're on the radio, where's it coming from? And everyone's like, stand down, stand down, stand down. And they say we had an accident at the fire pit. So we're like, okay, what the hell happened? Well, I go over near the fire pit. That same soldier who came and got me is over there just like shaking. He's just like visibly like shaking. Like, fuck happened to you? He's like, I don't know, man. They told me to collect trash. So I was walking around picking up trash and old water bottles and shit. I threw the trash in the burn pit. It blew up. Did you clean up the water bottles around my chair, around my camp? And he's like, yeah, I got all your trash. I was like, oh, fuck. He threw the magnesium and gunpowder in the fucking burn pit. That was the mushroom cloud. I never said anything. I was like, nobody got hurt or anything, but I was like, okay, that's enough of that. I need to be more careful about what I'm doing. And this kid was like, he was shook, dude. I was like, oh man, I felt so bad. Oh, hell yeah, here we go. It was so funny, man. It was so funny. I think I told like one or two people, and they were like, "You shit me." I was like, "No, man. I didn't even think about it. I didn't know what to do. Should I tell somebody or not?" Let's switch over to pipe. We're making more pipe. I think we take that recipe. So, yeah, it was funny. It was freaking hilarious. I thought it was funny. I'm sure that kid was like, I mean, I'm pretty sure he had a little turdlet in his pants. He's scared. I mean, can you imagine not being prepared? And then I bet that mushroom cloud was, I don't know, 50, 60 foot high. No, he didn't check. I mean, why would you check what was in there? You're literally walking around because you got people just. We were just sitting waiting at this time. We're in the middle of the desert. There's no threat. People are drinking water, and you just you drink your water and put your bottle down, and you would have people on duty because essentially what would happen is they would light the burn pit like once a day. And it was usually like they would light it in the middle of the day, and then we'd let it go down. We didn't burn at night, and then the next morning the engineers would push sand over it, push dirt over it, bury the trash, and we would go to our next spot. And so you didn't check it. You were tasked with going and picking up trash. So you'd go around and just say, hey, you got any trash? You need to go to the burn pit. And it was lower, it was privates, PV2, whatever, PFC. And so you'd be like, here's my trash, your MRE trash, whatever. And they gather it all up, take it to the burn pit for you and throw it away. Or you'd take your own shit over there and throw it in the burn pit. Just, whatever. So it wasn't like a thing where this was typical, And, everyone knows you don't throw rounds and shit away. So check, it's a fire pit for real. But I mean, normally, like if I'm picking stuff up, I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, that can get thrown away. Okay, that can get thrown away. I'm throwing stuff away, but these are privates. They don't enlist with common sense. They have to be, that has to be drilled into them. You don't come to the army with common sense. That's just, Here we go. Make some quick wire. So kind of funny. That was a funny deal. Another time, let's see what else. Other stories. So this one's kind of funny, kind of not funny. The United States pays reparations. So if we kill a cow in a foreign country, we pay for that cow. If we damage crops, we pay for those crops, right? Well, camels over there, they raise camels over there like we raise cattle here. Cattle. And so we were set up again in the middle of nowhere, and we're all setting up, and there's Bradleys on either end, and we hear the Bradley just starting to do. We just start hearing rounds go down range, and so we're thinking we're in it, that we made contact, and so we all like lock and load. We're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And it turns out that there was a Marine near the Bradley, and the Bradley crew had walked off or something. Somehow this Marine got on top of the Bradley and started putting rounds down range, and there was camels out there. There was a herd of camels and a Bedouin out there, like herding camels. Well, he ended up dropping like 10 or 15 camels before they got a hold of him and took him off the Bradley. And he just had a mental break. It's war. And so they sent him off to get care or whatever. Meanwhile, and we're all like, of course we're concerned for the dude because it's like, damn, you feel for it. We've been out there in the middle of nowhere. It's war. You feel like you're not coming back alive. There's so many things that like working on you in that environment. But they got him. They took care of him. Nobody was injured. It was just some camels got dropped. And so, anyways, we got to eat camel. Long story short, we got to eat some camel, which was kind of cool. But I don't know that we were supposed to. But they got buried. Okay. Well, I may or may not have gotten a hold of one of the heads of the camel and strapped it to the front of my Humvee. Not the smartest decision when it's like 120 degrees in the shade, But I thought it was funny, so I did. Well, I rolled up on a in a different like camp area, and we were on guard, and I had this camel head, and at that point it was just bone. Everything had fallen off. It was just bone, so it wasn't like a big deal. And one of the guys that was there took it off the front of my truck and put it on and ran into the female tent, and they all come running out screaming. So that was kind of funny, but that's not really the big story. This encampment, this is what we need to unlock right here. Hold on, why is this not, there it goes. And so this encampment, we're on guard, and there's like a berm. The engineers pushed a berm up camel head. Yeah, it was fucking crazy, dude. I was like, I would never put a camel head on and go run in like, whatever, but this dude was nuts. He ended up getting in a lot of trouble for it. And I was like, thank God. They were like, where'd it come from? And he was like, I don't know, I found it on front of a Humvee. Well, I never came back to me, so I was like, fuck it, whatever. And anyway, we were pulling guard, and it was my turn for guard, where they had this big berm around the outside of where our trucks were. We were there for like a week and a half, maybe. One way in, one way out, and all the trucks were in the middle. And they just piled sand up in this big berm around our trucks, and pretty big encampment. And so I was pulling guard, and it was like early hours, like the sun was like kind of starting to come up. And it was in that zone where you couldn't really see anything. Your eyes hadn't really adjusted. I see these things running across the desert, and I'm like, what is this? I put my nods down, my night vision goggles. I put them down, and I see it looks like little rats running across there. And I'm like, it must be like field mouse or something in the desert. Like, I don't know if they have mice in the desert, but that's what it looked like. And so I was like, huh, that's interesting. Well, I get off guard duty, and I decided I was going to try and trap a couple of these that night. And so I go on guard duty, and they put me on my post, and it gets dark, and I got my e-tool, and I dug a little hole, and then I had this waterproof bag that's in my rucksack. You put this waterproof bag in there, and then you put all your shit in there, and you tie this bag off, and then close your ruck around it, and your stuff inside there won't get wet. Well, I dumped everything out in my rack and took this waterproof bag out, and I put it down in this hole and put sand around the top. And then I just go back to leaning on this berm, like, scanning my sector, got my MBGs on, I'm looking, and I start seeing these things skitter around, and I start, like, get on the radio, I'm like, you guys see this movement? And they're, mind you, we're using radio talk. We're using proper radio talk at this time, but I'm pretty much like, you guys see this movement? And they're like, yeah, we see it. It's hedgehogs. And I'm like, hedgehogs? What the fuck are hedgehogs doing out here, And so I'm thinking, oh, hedgehogs, that'll be kind of cool. I want to catch one. I don't know why I wanted to catch them, but I was like, I'm going to catch one in the middle of the desert, Why not? Neither I didn't know that they were like absolutely filthy animals and ticks and diseases and shit. I was just like, fuck it, I want to catch them. So I caught one. Well, this next morning I go over there and look in the hole, and there's like 4 or 5 of them in this hole. And I'm like, oh shit, I caught a couple. So I take these they're in this waterproof bag. There's like probably 4 or 5. I think like maybe 5 of them. And so I'm like, oh shit, that's cool. And so what I did was I was on my way to the tent, and I was like, I got to do something with these fucking hedgehogs. So I was like, I don't know what to do. I got to get rid of them. I can't take them in the tent. And so the only natural thing was to I went to this female tent, and I lifted up the side, and I let the hedgehogs go underneath the underside of the tent, and I went about my business. I was about I don't know, 75 yards away, and I hear screaming, and they all come running out of the tent, and I'm like, I had nothing to do with it. To this day, I had nothing to do with it. It wasn't me, but it was. I've been in the desert for 8 months, so it was worth it. Kind of funny. Let's make some limiters. We need some limiters. I'm trying to work my way down this Caterium line real quick. So we don't really need a power switch. Smart splitter would be fun. Let's do that. We don't have rubber. I don't really care for this deal, the zipline thing. Well, why not? Let's unlock it. Let's do it. Yeah, it was harmless. I mean, that's basically, they're just, little hedgehogs. You can buy them at the pet store. Like, it's not a big deal. And so then after that, I didn't fuck with it, but I kind of got in a pickle. And in hindsight, like, I got in my tent, and I was like, you could have just dumped them in the desert. You didn't have to do that, but yeah, the trolling continues. I didn't get caught. That other guy got in so much trouble, but I think the deal with that was like, well, first of all, they're wild in the desert, so they could have wandered in. But the second thing was he ran into the female tent. I think that's what he got in trouble for. You weren't supposed to be in there. So had I done that, taken it to that level, probably wouldn't have been a whole different story. You know, if I was a smarter person, I would automate this instead of standing here doing it the hard way. Iron rods and wires. You guys are letting me sit here and hammer this shit out manually and not saying nothing. What the hell? That was kind of crazy. One of my buddies did. He asked me, he was like, "You did that, didn't you?" I was like, "Nope, I didn't do it." I swore up and down to him I didn't do it. Because I was scared. I was like, that other guy had gotten in so much trouble, and I was like, oh God, I don't want to get in trouble. It was a lapse in judgment. My buddy was like, I know you did it. And I was like, then why are you asking me if you know I did it? Well, I want to hear you. I wanted you to tell me you did it. Wow, that's not going to happen. I didn't do it. All right, there you go. That's better. That's gooder. We're entertained. I don't. I have a daughter. I don't have a son. I feel like if I had a son, he would love my stories. I wish I could share this. I've told my daughter these stories. My daughter will be 27 in January. God, I'm old. And she's just kind of like, it's funny. Really? That's all I get? I worked hard for these stories. Show me some respect. Trying to think if there's any other ones, any other stories to speak of. My stories are awesome. Well, you know, Jeremy, if you've been in the military, you know, like there's people who went in the military, and I'm not saying anything against their service. Like I respect every person that served with me or is currently serving or served before me. Anyone that served in the military, I respect 100%. But I'm going to tell you right now, not everyone has the stories. You know, they went in, they did their job, they got the fuck out, and they're like, "Yeah, I just did my job. I really don't have anything to tell you about it." And I would be just as proud of my service if that was the case as I am of my, my service. And I'm proud. I didn't make all the right decisions. I'm trying to get rid of some of this shit in my inventory. I didn't make all the right decisions, but that made some pretty funny stories. I ate dog one time in Korea. I didn't know it was dog, but I did. I ate it. It was delicious. That was kind of a crazy story. I worked in a. I'm trying to think of the name of that town. Wijumbo? Maybe? Anyways, I was stationed at this camp and it had a big mountain there and there was a bunker inside of it and all this equipment was in there. I'm sure that's classified and I'm probably going to jail for telling you that. But what I did was I would go in, you would go to shift and they would lock you in this bunker, but you had Korean nationals that you worked with. I can't imagine it's that secure if there were Korean nationals, working with you, like as far as security clearance wise. But I got sealed in, and these, old man in Korean is Adashi. That's the word for it. Odyssey. That's the respectful term. And so I was working with one of these Odysseys, and um, about midway, you'd be on shift for like 12 hours, and about 5 hours into your shift, they'd open the door. My shift anyway, they'd open the door so you could go out. We'd go outside, and all the Odysseys would go out there and smoke. I'd go out and get a dip or whatever. And in Korea, they have what's called Shidam, which is Korean wrestling. It's kind of like sumo, but the Korean version. And basically, what you're doing is you grab the other person's belt and you wrestle them to the ground. The first person on the ground loses. And so these Odysseys would they would be out there practicing Shidam. And one day, this Odyssey was like, "Hey, you wanna do this?" And I was like, "Yeah." So we did a little wrestling, and he won. And then I wanted a rematch the next shift, and he won. And we kept going. Well, we ended up with a little like friendship, and eventually he was like, "Hey, do you want to go eat with us?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. That sounds good. Let's go eat." I love Korean food. So he tells me where to meet him and everything. And the next day I was off and I met him. We got in a cab, and this cab drove for fucking ever. I mean, it just drove and drove. And I'm like, where's he taking me? I'm starting to get a little concerned at this point because I'm like, where are you taking me? So we drive and drive and drive, and we end up at this place that looked like somebody's house, but it smelled like dog. It smelled like wet dog. And I was like, man, it smells bad, dude. Why? Like in America, you pull up to a place that smells bad, you're like, no, I'm eating somewhere else. But I didn't want to be disrespectful, so I was like, okay, I'm here for it. So we walk through this little area, and there's no grass. It's just like a dirt. It's like a yard, but no grass. And there's obviously like lots of traffic because it was like all packed down. And that's where it really smelled like dog. And I'm like, it smells like there should be a lot of dogs here, but there's no dogs here. And so I was like, this is weird, man. So then we walk through this like hallway. It's like a breezeway. There's like a house here, and then there's a restaurant over here. And there's a front street that goes in front of this restaurant over here. And we go in the back door of this restaurant, and I'm like, oh, this, bro knows these guys. So this is going to be really good because, I'm getting like this VIP treatment going into, the back door of this restaurant. So we go in and we kick our shoes off. We go sit down at this table. And it's like at this time of year, it's probably below freezing. There's snow on the ground. And it's winter time. And so I'm like, oh man, this is going to be, I see these bowls of soup coming out, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be really good, really, really good. It's one thing about Asians is that, they make the best soups. So I was like really excited about it. Well, they bring this soup out, and it's like, looks like beef stew. There's like chunks of potatoes in it and carrots and big chunks of beef in there. And I go to town, and it's like the best beef stew I've ever had. It was so good. So I asked for another bowl, ate another bowl. And then they bring out this thing and sit it in the middle of the table. It's kind of like a grill that sits down on the table with coals and a grill, and they bring all this meat out, and they start cooking this meat. They bring rice and all these little like pickled radishes and all this shit. And so I'm like going to town, and I ate until I was just basically sick. And it was absolutely delicious. It was clean. It did not smell in there. It was very clean in there. It was great. And we get done eating, and the Odyssey, we're all laying back. Like you sit on the ground. You don't sit at tables. You're sitting on the ground, like, and we're all sitting there, and we had soju and stuff. We were drinking, and Odyssey's like picking at his teeth a little bit. And then he says, I don't remember how he said it, but he said something like, blah, 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 kegogi. And I was like, kegogi? I was like, I know what bulgogi is. Bulgogi's beef. Gogi's like grilled beef, like barbecue beef. And I'm like, what the fuck is kegogi? And so I'm sitting there, and I'm looking at him, and he's like, blah, 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 kegogi. And so there's a girl that's like bringing us meat and stuff. And I'm like, I'm like distended. I've eaten so much. And they're all like, ha, 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 ha. They're all laughing. It's like Odyssey and like two other guys that he brought with us. They're all laughing. And the girl's like standing there. And I was like, what are they laughing at? And she's like, oh, they're surprised you ate so much. And I'm like, why are they surprised? It's very good food. It's very delicious. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida. Thank you. And she's like, no, no, no. They're surprised at what you ate. So I'm like, what did I eat? And she's like, kegogi. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck is kegogi? And she's like, makes a doggy noise. And I'm like, did she just make a dog noise? Did she just bark at me? And then another lady comes out of the back and she goes, I gotta translate for you. And I was like, okay, okay, what's kegogi? She goes, it's dog. And I'm like, what? I was like, well, it was delicious. I changed my tone really quick. I was like, it was delicious. I think they were trying to like troll me a little bit, but I was like, oh, it's good. It's good. What do you have for dessert, basically? And that was after that, like the Odysseys were like back at work. They were like, you want to go eat some kegogi? You want to go eat some more? I was like, yeah, let's go. Tell me when. It's normal over there. It's like in America, people are like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. I was in Korea. I've eaten stranger things in my life. Like that's not even whatever. It is what it is. Okay, we need what do we need? 18 more of those, and then we're gonna unlock. What was the other one? Oh, that one's ready to go. It was good. It was delicious, in my opinion. And I would, if somebody came, I'll put it this way: if I was in Korea and they said, "Hey, do you want to go eat kegogi?" and I had a choice, I'd say, "Yeah, sure, why not?" If it's under the right circumstances, but if it wasn't, I wouldn't. Because there's some pretty shady places, and as I understand it, I think that's frowned upon now. Like it's not something that's openly consumed any longer. So, yeah, another time that I got myself in trouble by saying, "Yeah, sure, let's do it." What I'm waiting on right now is we need like 18 more of these, and then we're done with that. We'll have the AI limiters. We'll have the smart splitters. And then we'll look at the factories again, the blueprints, and we'll see what we're lacking. I'm getting kind of hungry. Now that I'm over here, there was a Chinese takeout that served frog. Over where, Nate? I've had frog before. We eat frogs all the time down here. Frogs are delicious. But over where? All right, let's see. This is what we're looking at. So what we really want to put out is this guy right here. The OEM doesn't have the outside of the building. New Zealand. Ah, New Zealand. Nice. There's some really good gold mining in New Zealand. I've always wanted to go to New Zealand and steal all your gold. All of it. Australia too. But New Zealand, there's like in their national parks, like the creeks and stuff, you can get permits to go in there and do like day mining in the parks. But I think you can't. There's something about it like you can't take it with you or something. I don't know. Damn. All right. I guess let's get some ammo and let's put this stuff away and we'll just let things take their course for a little while. I don't know what else to do. It's just going to take some time. I live here and I can't steal it all. There's too much gold. I'm telling you, dude. I see people like doing their mining videos here, and I'm like, oh man, they work their ass off, and they're like, I got a quarter ounce of gold today. And I'm like, really? I watched this dude get like a pound of gold out of one of these streams. And the in these national parks, it's beautiful because the trees fall in the water, and the tannins from the tree, it looks like a blood river. Like the water is red. It's beautiful. What are you doing, dude? What are you looking at? I would love to go there and do one of those mining trips. Even if I had to leave everything in the stream, like even if I couldn't take it with me, I would love to go do it. Just to do it. Like camp and go to these historic mining sites and do something like that. Yeah. Yeah. That's that's what I was hearing. Like you can't set up like a wash plant and like actually dig. You can go like to the river and like pan for it, or like what a lot of people will do is they go to the river and they use what do they call them? Snuffer bottles. They use snuffer bottles and they dive down and then they clean out the rocks and they use snuffer bottles to pick the gold up. So it's just like what's laying on the bottom. That's what I want to do. All right, what I want to do is I need to go hunting for Mercer spheres. We need like 12 Mercer spheres. Uh, yeah, we need 12 Mercer spheres, so we're going to do that. And also, we don't have pooters yet. We're not going to unlock pooters until after phase 2. So we're kind of waiting on that. And honestly, that as well to sleep some stuff. So we'll just go hunting for Mercer spheres. Feck it. I'm gonna take some concrete just so we can. All right, let's go. Oh wait, hold on. We need some of this. Let's put that on our hot bar, and we got ammo. All right, we should be good. Whee! So yeah, while we wait on phase 2, we need like 1,200 beams, and we need steel to catch up. So while we're waiting on that, we're gonna go hunting. I think there's some over this way. Yeah. New Zealand. Beautiful. People say New Zealand and everyone thinks Lord of the Rings like immediately. And I'm like, no, bro. Gold. Cayesta. Where is it? How am I missing this? Where is it? I hear you talking. I don't see you. It's in the cave. Isn't it? Yeah, I think it's underground. Okay. Let's keep moving. There was a farmer who made 50 million from locating a huge gold vein under his barn on his land. I've seen some crazy shit, dude. Like people, like one of the largest nuggets ever discovered was New Zealand. I did this last night a little bit, and I found like 12 or 15 of these. It doesn't take long. If you just bring shit so you can build a bridge or whatever, and then just get after it. Or not a bridge, but like a riser. It's in the middle. Is it in the middle of this? I thought it was. Nope, it's up there. I see it. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I'm surprised more people aren't like mining there as much as there is. People are like, I'm going to Alaska. Fuck Alaska. Go to New Zealand, dude. For really real. There we go. Yeah, they're everywhere. It takes like 200. Wait, I did the math one time. I think it takes like 119 or something like that to max out your thing. Look at this. Is there another one up there? Is there one on top of this thing? Pro tip, if you use a parachute, it makes it a lot easier to climb shit. It's on. There's one on top of here for sure. For sure. Let's do. Come on, dude. Greenies and national park laws prevent mining with exceptions to panning and rivers and owned land. I bet it's, God dang it, I don't have any explosives either. It's in this. Sorry, I'll leave the thing there so I can get back up here when I do have explosives. I ought to go make, oh shit. Thank you. All right, well, we'll just leave that there for now. And hoops, lots of hoops to go through to get permit. But wouldn't it be worth it though? You know? I don't know. That's what I think. It's like, okay, yeah, there's some, you got to do some shit to be able to mine, but wouldn't it be so fun? Wouldn't it be worth it? Like, it's not even like about, like, obviously the money's nice. Like, oh, I found gold, like, you know, but at the same time, it's kind of, for me, it would be cool just to be like, I discovered gold. I have gold, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid. Like, I by no means have all the money that I need in the world, but my bills are taken care of, so I'm kind of like, I just think it would be fun. Where is this thing? Right there in the middle of all of that shit. Can we get it? Got him. How many are we up to? 12? We needed 12 to build our steel factory. 12, right? To build this bitch. Here, let's do this. Clear this. $16 mod frames we got. We're not even close to the beams on that. I spend most every night beneath the light of a neon moon. AKA Mercer Sphere. I don't know. I think it would be. Maybe I'm just weird. I think it'd be fun. Matter of fact, I enjoy those kind of games. Like I have Out of Ore, which I haven't even played yet, but I bought a farm stick so I can run the front end loader and stuff. And then Farming Sim, I love playing like that kind of thing. I've done gold mining and Farming Sim. Gold Mining Simulator is meh. It's okay. It used to be the GOAT, but they're supposed to be making a Gold Mining Simulator 2. I spend most every night beneath the light of a neon moon. Oh, look, 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 look. Come on. Let's dance. Let's dance, bitch. There's going to be speed rays in here, I think. Let's just get it. Bye. Gotta go. Bye, 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 bye. Gotta go. Our nation mostly relies on renewable exports for trade, wood, beef, wool, etc. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's really a known thing, like I don't think it's, and I think that it's so regulated, and that's good because it's kind of like, why wouldn't you protect that? It's even the mining history of New Zealand. Like if you look into the mining history, there's some really cool stories. There's some really cool shit. I like that kind of stuff too. It's just, why wouldn't you protect that? Operator, please connect me to 1982. I need to make apologies for what I didn't do. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where is it? Where is it? Put this back on. A little less damage. Oh, well, that's okay. I'm not going to sweat it. I wouldn't mind hitting a couple more crash sites too. Getting some goodies from there. Probably up there. I think there's a crash site up here. Postman, can you sell me a special kind of stamp? One to send a letter from this crazy lonely man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, just let him hit you. They don't do that much damage, I guess. I thought there was a wreck side up. Oh, wait, there. It's right up there. One to send a letter from this crazy lonely man. There is one in this vicinity. Where is she? Right there. Whew. Well, we're making some progress. I need to play farming soon. Tomorrow, what is tomorrow? Tuesday? Tomorrow night, I won't be back here until Wednesday, maybe Wednesday night. Yeah, Wednesday night for sure. But I won't be back on stream until Thursday. I gotta go see I gotta see my wife's dad, my father-in-law. I gotta go check on him. We're going to look at a house, and we're gonna go stay the night with my brother-in-law. So, what's up here? Is there anything up here? Yeah, a little golden guy. Thank y'all for hanging out with me today. It's been fun telling stories. Shit, that was a miss. Come on. I hate when they do that. Run around in circles for 15 minutes thing. All right, what else? There's more? I thought I heard one more. One to soon from this crazy lonely man. What the freaking hell, dude? It says there's one right here. Is it in the water? No. I'm not getting off right now. I'm going to get off here in a minute, but I'm trying to figure out where the feck this thing is. It says it's right here. Or, well, it was up there. Ah! Hold the dang phone just a second. Maybe we're onto something here. There's spiders. I've seen them. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die in here. I'm gonna die to spiders. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime. I'll probably end up telling those stories again at some point. People are always asking me about army stuff. I hear it. I hear the skitters. I just don't see it. All right, he gone. He gone. I'm trying to look. Is this a closed cave? Did I just find a closed cave? Crazy lonely man. Back into the wasted years. Oh, what? Let's not go down there and get stuck. No, don't go down there and get stuck. All right, I think this is like just a dead-end cave. I thought that maybe that Mercer sphere would be here because it kind of... I think she's up there. Back into wasted years. All right. All right. Okay. Let's go. I don't know where the fuck it's at. Maybe it's like up there. It's kind of... I'm kind of thinking it's... Maybe I shouldn't have jumped down here. That's all right, though. We'll get there. We'll go this way. I'll go back that way later. There's more this way. In there? No. I think this one's up there. Oh, come on, bro. Get up there. There we go. Parachute to the rescue. That's cheating. Okay. I believe you. For really real? Dude, where? Oh, is that it right there? All right, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. They're all dead. They're all dead. They're all dead. It's okay. Yeah, that's it up there. Okay. Oh, my Lanta. Got him. Oh my god. Okay. Next. Oh, there's a wreck over here too. Back in. I wonder if my wife's coming home today. Should have been home like an hour ago. Is she here? No? I know, I'll go clean all this shit up later. Oh my god, dude. Is there any more, or is that the only one? Miss. Are they still fluttering? Where are they at? Okay. I win. I'm not sure if I asked this yesterday, but did you see Star Rupture? Star Rupture. Why does that sound familiar? I did not see Star Rupture. Repairs needed. Fucking biofuel of all things. Biofuel, really? Okay. We'll have to come back for it. Let's get the goodies. No, I haven't seen Star Rupture. I may have watched a video or two on it. Mercer Spear. Mercer Spear. I think I know where this one's at. I do know where this one's at. No fucking way. I will look it up. That sounds awesome. That's one thing I think Satisfactory's lacking is I feel like the combat system's not challenging enough. You get the same bosses over and over. Or same, not bosses, but you're fighting the same thing over and over again. Whoa, buddy.
Your waves laugh at our shores. When will you land?
He gone. He gone. One more. Two more. I'll be honest with you. I probably prefer the this to the actual gun. I don't know why. It's something satisfactory. something satisfying about reloading the reloading this over and over again. Let's pick up some of these. We're gonna need to heal. I think there's another Mercer sphere out on these islands. Back into the wasted years of my living past. I wonder where my wife is. Why she's not home barefooting in the kitchen cooking supper? What the hell? Nothing there. There's one over here. Maybe this way. Yeah, right over here. Keep going. Oh. Scared me there, buddy.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Yeah, I love this thing. The what's this thing called? Rebar gun? I love the rebar gun.
Play. Play.
Give me that. What else? Meat? Any more meat? I think there's one more over this way. If I'm not mistaken. Well, I thought there was water across that. Did they change that? Come on, bro. Let me bunny hop. Alright, I'm not fucking with him right now. I can get that later. That's got to get blowed up so we can get that. I think there's a sloop or a Mercer sphere over here. All right, next. Oh, shit. Got me. Brother. Kicking my ass, dude. Oh, that's a miss. All right. Right through here. I heard a growl.
Live, laugh, consume. Consume.
Am I imagining things? I thought I heard another growl. Back into wasted years. All right, well, I guess not. Look here. Not enough for the unlocks. My Atlanta coming out of the woodwork. Give me your meat. Might have been the sphere making the rumble sound. Oh yeah, that's true. I need to go collect like around the swamp area. I think, if I'm not mistaken, one of the deals over there is got computers. One of them has like 100 computers. That would be nice. Okay, that's all the Mercer spheres over here. We pretty much have everything else. Like, we can make everything pretty quickly. I'm not jacking with them. I'm going to go over here into this area. I know I don't need this many, but why not? Why not go ahead and just gather a few while I'm feeling froggy and kind of go from there. Shoot. Oh, isn't there another wreck over here? Might be behind me, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I think it's behind me. I thought there was one like right down here. Let me see. Yeah, right there. I want a fucking pizza. I'm feeling pizza right now. Um. Well, miss. Man, when I first started playing this game, I was like, oh shit, these are bad boys. These are hard bosses. As I'm about to get my ass kicked. Whoops. Any more? Yeah, there's one more down there. Yeah, I used to be like terrified to go out because I was like, oh, I'm gonna get my ass kicked. I'm gonna lose everything. This ain't good. No mo. Actually, kind of want to stream late tonight. I'm kind of feeling a late stream. Kind of into it. I just probably need to take a break and eat though here in a little bit. What is that? Berry? Back in. Don't mess with my emotions. Well, Let's say my ass is hurting from sitting here so long, though. Already. It's only been 5 hours. I only have 32 ammo left. That ain't gonna work. Here, let's come this way, dude. Come on. Come down here. That's alright. Got him? Got him. Whoops. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me down. Alright, what are we up to? How many we got? 20? 20? We've done pretty good, actually. Let me text my wifey. Let me see where wifey's at. What she's doing. Hey, brother. Let me down. I think it's up there. I think there's one up there. Oh, excuse me. That's probably enough for now, to be honest with you. Let's go back to the factory. Back to life, back to reality. Let's go see how many beams we made. Beams. We're gonna use the Yaquez blueprints just to get us where we need to go. Because I'm trying to get to like phase 4 pretty quick. Pretty quick. Definitely not close to 3,000. Not even close to 3,000. That sucks. Plenty of peeps. Plenty of peeps. 500 more smart plates and 400 more flex frames. Question. What about oleum? What about this? It's Mark III. That's why he used Mark III shit in here. You son of a. This is cool. These are cool. Electro fluctuators. Fluctuators. Hell yeah. Okay, well. What's wifey saying? Taking some shit to the back and heading out, trying to phone BG until this. I'll do something tomorrow. He said, wow, you're going to turn down OT. I said, as long as I'm not going to get talked about it. Well, I walked off and grabbed the Ranger shirt and tagged him with it. Nice. 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 Hey, do we have customizer? We do have customizer. Oh, that's ugly as shit. Why is everything so fucking ugly? Army green? Still ugly. I don't know. We'll just do red and black. Wait. Brother. Isn't there, like, Here we go. There we go. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Let's go look at. I feel like we could do better with the steel. I feel like that's a bottleneck for us. So we're pulling 90. So that's 180. We could be pushing. If we did Mark III pipes, or Mark III. Mark III belts, we could push 270. Oh, hell. For crying out loud. We have no bottleneck on our minimum, our regular shit. Oh, wait, hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. 45, we're making 90 ingots a minute. So 90 ingots a minute, and we need 120. So we're underproducing big time. Underproducing. That's why. Let me do some math. Let me do the maths. Might be worth it. Give me this. And give me the hard drives. Damn it. Give me the hard drives. Give me the hard drives. Let's see what we got. Can we unlock anything? Let's do this. Why not? Why not? We might as well. That's good enough. So that'll give us 6 extra spaces. We can't do this yet. We still need some pooters. Can't do this yet. We need a buttload. Caterium, we don't really need upgraded power poles. These are good. Programmable splitter's fun. Mycelia. We could do this as well. Hey, do we have a purple power slug? Purple. Do we have a purple on deck? Yep. I got 10 purple power slugs. So what do we need? 25 mod frames and some copper sheets. Let's do that unlock. Brother, give me the mod frames. Oh my Lanta. Give me the mod frames. Okay. That's done. Can't do that yet. Oscillators. We could do that. Do we have brother? Oh, we got. Oh shit! I don't know if we can do it. Nah, we can't do it. We got to go mine some crystal to do that. But I'll go ahead and make this and set it aside, and then we'll unlock what we can. Thing is, like the way that I'm playing, like it seems like wow, you haven't got a whole lot done. But the bottom line is like once you do all these unlocks, you can just freaking. You're kind of jogging right now, and then here in a minute you can just break out and just dead sprint. Once you get past some of these bottlenecks. All right, sulfur. That's something we could unlock that we probably freaking ought to unlock pretty soon. because we basically have everything we need. This is one more of those. This requires rubber. We'll do that. 40 zoops. That comes in handy. $55 zoops. Yeah, that's got to wait. All right, and then let's go get some cables. Get us some more inventory space. Man, good times. I love telling those stories. Makes me think about the old days. The good old times back when I was a young buck. Before I got old as shit and broken. Okay. Okay. Que bueno. Let's do this. 5 of those things. Oh, we can just make them. I was thinking we needed to harvest. Okay. Alien tech, we can't touch right now. Caterium, we said we were going to wait on that. Mycelia. We can do this. Actually, we can do the nutritional processor too. You and your buddies do the same? What do you mean you do the same? Like, are you talking about the game? Are you talking about doing all the unlocks and then just getting a whole lot of shit done at once? Wait, what? Are these still working? Yeah, they are. The beams. Oh, talk about memories. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. No! Damn it. I don't need that much. Holy shit. How old are you, Nate, if you don't mind me asking? Number one on my mind, what I think, what I like, what I know, what I want, what I do. All right. What was it? I can't remember what it was. Knows it. Not 42. 42. So you're old as shit as well. Awesome. I mean that in the most respectful way possible. I feel like I'm making a mistake here. What am I... Damn, we're almost got that unlocked. Should just unlock it for the sake of unlocking it, really. Ah, we completed our first branch. All right, all right, all right. I've had enough. I've had it. I've had enough. Uh, I don't look a day past 29. Dude, if I didn't have this beard, I'd look 12. My wife has threatened me with divorce if I shave this beard. So I feel you. If I shave, I get carded. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I know I've been living right, but god dang, this is ridiculous. Show me some respect. Put some respect on my name. I'm 45 years old. Actually, I'm 45. Am I 45? I'm 45 in 6 days. Is that crazy? It's crazy to me. All right. I'm trying to sort shit out here a little bit where it makes some sense. We can put the chainsaw on there. Talk about me, won't talk about I, won't talk about number one on my mind, what I think, what I like, what I know, what I want, what I see. Happy birthday, thank you. It's just one more. It's just one more in the books. Staters. I tell you what, that might help our my progress over here. I think just I'll take a minute, I'll get organized, and then I think we're gonna go do a sulfur run. We'll make a store like a temporary like little thing. We need to unlock some gunpowder. Is this stators? Oh, it's mod frames. Is this stators? That's stators. There we go. There. What I want, what I see. Happy birthday. 45 years old. You know what I got to do this year that was really cool? I got my brother-in-law. We kept my nephew for a little while. And I love the Texas Rangers. So I wanted to go see the Texas Rangers, and my wife was telling my brother-in-law that, hey, we're going to take Landon to go see the Rangers. Well, my brother-in-law was like, hell, let me pay for it and I'll upgrade the seats. So we were like, hell yeah. He got us seats. So we got to sit in these seats that were it was like crazy how close to the field we were. I was like, it was the best seats I've ever sat in. And they were like $80 a seat. So it was like, I don't know, $240. Yeah, $240 for all three of them. But we had like food delivery to our seats, and he was like, happy early birthday or whatever. So it was kind of cool. We ate I spent like $200 just on food during that ball game. It was crazy. But it was so awesome. Okay, here we go. All right. We're getting organized. We're getting somewhere. We'll move that one. There's portable miners. Realistically, are our rips full? Because I can probably get rid of this storage over here. What was this? Caterium. No, rips are not full. Okay. You don't ever want all my mean mind. What I know, what I like, I think. See? I don't think we're doing anything on my birthday, though. For real? For really real? Here, let's do this. I know this is like crazy, but yeah, that's my thing. I think when you get to a certain age, it just turns into like, well, where do you want to eat on your birthday? You know, you're just like, well, I'm good with that. I wanted to eat. There's one place I wanted to eat. We live in Fort Worth. I wanted to eat at John Bonnell's Texas Cuisine. I wanted to go eat there. And so my wife was like, book it. Well, I went and looked, and they're booked up. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm not going to eat there. So the one place I wanted to eat, I can't. All right, here's what I want to do. Caterium ingot, sulfur. We got some sulfur here. I want to put. Let's toss that. Toss that. Toss that. We really just don't need all this shit in here. This baby's about to bust wide open. Let's do both of those and that. That's good there. I got some concrete on hand, some motors. Rotors can go over here into that one. Caterium ingots can go right there. Mod frames and sulfur will go in there. I'll throw the pipe away. I think I'll just throw all this in here, and then I think I'm good to go. I just need to probably get a little bit more ammo, and then I can go on the sulfur trip, and then we'll do those unlocks. Come on, brother. Slide. Kid me. Okay, that's fine. Couple rods, and we'll make some ammo. Perfect. Oh, I gotta make it over here. Cool. We can get away from, other thing I can get away from is I can start making inhalers. Those are so much nicer than eat. You gotta eat 27 Deku nuts instead of one inhaler. Dude, Kick is dead. I'm about to just shut down the Kick stream. There ain't nobody over there anyway. Save me some bandwidth. Shut that off and turn this off. There, Kick's done. Yes, sir. I don't guess I need all of that. I can throw the rest of this away. Usually. All right. All right then. So, yeah, we're in. I think we're in good shape. I think we're in good shape. So let's go get some sulfur. Well, clear this out. Yeah, let's go get sulfur. Let's go get sulfur. I guess the other thing I can do once I get sulfur, and while I'm waiting, I could build the upper floor. We could get. I'm pretty sure I have enough concrete to finish the slab. Maybe finish the upper floor. He said, Strim said, Mega Factory at before stage 2 and using portable miners is diabolical. The level of patience is something I wish I had. I mean, that was a while back that was said, but like, I don't know. I've always done this way. Oh, I think it's this way. I guess I should have scanned. There it is. Wait. Wait! It's right here. It's down in the gully. Pure? Pure limestone? All right, there's spiders down here. Where are they? Right there. There's one. Come on, bitch. Oh, man. He switched trajectory on me. Got him. No. Pick up the remains, dude. All right, cool. There's a Mercer sphere over here. Where? Probably up there. Is it? What? Where the hell is it? Do what? Where the... Brother, it's got to be right here. I'm like on top of it. Is it in that tree? I feel stupid. I hear it. I don't know. It's got to be in a cave, I guess. I'll come back and find it later. Meanwhile, what's that up there? All right. Whee! All right, let's hold on. What do we need? Plates and rods. We're gonna do a little automation, another little mini factory. Get out of my frickin' way. All right. So hold on. I'm hitting all kinds of stupid shit right now. Rips and cables. I need a couple rips and cables. Okay. Perfect. So let's do a constructor. I'm going to do it over here because this isn't part of the main factory. All right. Oh, you know what? We can't do anything yet. Hold on. Sulfur. We need Kel. Give me this. It's going to be an assembler anyways. All right, we got to go get coal. A load of coal. Oh, are we going to be able to do that? Basically what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to have to use an assembler, not a constructor. I'm stupid. We're going to make some gunpowder. And then that's going to unlock some things. So, yeah. We're going to go do this. Tell you what, guys, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go eat something. I'll be back in a little bit. You guys be good. We'll see you in a little while. Y'all be good to each other. Adios.